guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We're asking for this administration to negotiate and to take basic action to restore health care to Americans.
Colorado Democrats are pushing Republicans to consider extending health care tax credits set to expire at the end of the year. Senator John Hickenlooper spoke on the Senate floor.
By November 1st, Coloradans on the marketplace plans that they get from the healthcare exchange, they'll be getting the terrifying news, the alert from the insurance company that their premiums are about to increase.
His speech was part of a Democratic effort nationwide calling on Republicans to negotiate the end to the shutdown. A California lawmaker is backing Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem after she warned that drug cartels are putting bounties on ICE agents. Republican State Senator Tony Strickland of Huntington Beach says that's exactly why federal agents should be allowed to wear masks for their protection.
Now we're exposing them on their private time and their families because of these reckless bills and laws that Gavin Newsom tries to pass.
Noem told Fox and Friends Sunday that gangs, cartels, and even terrorist groups are offering up to $10,000 to kill ICE agents and $2,000 to kidnap them, calling the threat level unprecedented. Halloween is coming soon and Americans are embracing the holiday.
The National Retail Federation says we'll drop more than $4 billion on Halloween costumes this year and nearly $4 billion on candy. Spirit Halloween says pop culture and character-driven costumes like K-pop Demon Hunters and Wednesday Addams are tops on their sales list. But Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's engagement also very big this year. And it's not just humans. 75% of pet parents say they will dress up their animals. I'm Bree Tennis.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
President Trump is confirming that Sean Diddy Combs did reach out to him for a pardon.
President Trump telling reporters in the White House that Sean Diddy Combs asked him for a pardon.
I have a lot of people who have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
The hip-hop artist and business mogul recently sentenced to 50 months in prison in his federal sex crimes case and could be released in less than 3 years. His lawyers have put in a written request that he serve his time at Fort Dix in New Jersey. The low-security lockup with 4,000 inmates is not only close to family in New York, but has a notable residential drug abuse program. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
The White House is taking issue with a Trump-appointed judge blocking the president's deployment of federal troops to Oregon.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters the judge's opinion is untethered in reality and in the law. Meanwhile, National Guard troops could be hitting the streets of Chicago very soon, despite legal challenges from the city and the state of Illinois, a move Governor J.B. Pritzker calls unlawful and unwarranted. I'm Monica Nelson.
A Staten Island teenager is in custody in connection with the death of his mother's boyfriend, who was found decapitated.
Police say the 19-year-old sister noticed trails of blood at a Cary Avenue home in West Brighton shortly after 4 p.m. and then found the head of the 45-year-old victim in the bathtub. A knife was recovered at the scene. Police believe some sort of domestic dispute led to the gruesome killing. The victim's girlfriend says her son has a history of mental illness. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are words all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. It's time to get this show on the road. Back in the saddle as we close out a Tuesday. Midweek comes on, Hump Day. What are we looking at? We turn the page on the calendar, 8th day of October here in 2025 already, a full week in. All right, the moonlight. Well, not seeing much outside the secret bunker because we got a lot of cloud cover. Finally got a drink of water this past day. That is the trees and the grass, the parched ground, as did much of the Midwest. Tonight, it's our friends along the eastern seaboard getting a pretty good soaking. All right, kind of a misty kind of evening, but the heaviest rains now pushing through eastern Ohio. A lot of rain in Pennsylvania. Heavy rains, north central and northwestern. Another round of rain will be rolling into the Pittsburgh area overnight. Philadelphia, not raining yet, but it will be in the coming hours. We've got a heavy rain stretching from Burlington, Vermont through much of central and eastern New York. Rain just pushing off to the east, the heavier rains east of Syracuse. Yeah, same with Buffalo, New York, Cleveland, most of the heavy rains now south and east of your area. Another line of light to moderate showers stretching from Charleston, West Virginia, through the heart of Virginia. Yeah, most of that rain south of Washington, D.C., but much anticipated, much needed rainfall. I'm looking at clouds, 62 degrees outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio tonight. Definitely cooling off a bit. We're going to see a good 15, 20 degree change in daytime high temperatures here over the coming days. But first things first, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios here. Looking at the traveler's weather, the parched Midwest and Northeast finally getting a drink of water. Temperatures kind of fluctuating wildly, whereas we had seen some near record highs. We're going to flip that over to more of a frosty chill as the week progresses here. We saw a rather extended stretch of summer-like conditions. That's all coming to an end as this cold front sweeps in conditions more typical here for early October. And with it bringing along some rain. High temperatures have been running 15 to as much as 25 degrees above average for early October. Yeah, this may be the last time till next spring we see some of these temperatures at or above the 80-degree mark with the passage of this front. Yeah, we're going to be talking 50s, 60s, lower 70s. It's going to feel much more like early October. Of course, the fall foliage in parts of the Midwest, upstate New York, northern New England already peaked over the past weekend. Since midsummer, though, we've been very hard-pressed to find any rain across large portions of the Midwest and East. Consistently dry conditions. This incoming front will be indeed bringing some beneficial rain across much of the drought-stricken areas of the Midwest and Northeast. There will be a hidden danger. It's been more than a week since the last rainfall in these areas, so especially when the rains first begin moving in, like overnight, areas from, say, Albany, New York, down to Philadelphia, you'll have slick conditions on the roadways. With the cooler weather arriving through midweek here, it may give way to another more subdued bit of a warm-up for the upcoming weekend as the long-term forecasters at AccuWeather's watching for a bigger drop in temperatures as we roll toward mid-October here, a time frame from, say, October 15th through the 19th. This pattern leading to a roller coaster in temperatures for the Midwest and Northeast. That next cool front won't come with much beneficial rain once again, but it will bring gusty winds and an increase of fire danger. Winds will be rather breezy just ahead of and behind these frontal systems. We're seeing breezy conditions as we speak tonight outside the secret bunker. So a lot of leaves coming down, dry fuel that could lead to some wildfire concerns. Meanwhile, forecasters continue to warn of increased tropical activity in both the Atlantic and Eastern Pacific as we head into the middle of October. Yet again, the southeastern U.S. is watching closely for the threat of tropical impacts. There's an area off the southeast coast, they tell us, with a high risk of tropical development later this week through the weekend. This is a zone between the Bahamas and the southeastern U.S. coast. It's been kind of a hot spot for tropical development so far this season. This tropical wind and rainstorm is expected to form over the Gulf Stream off the southeast coast sometime maybe Friday and over the weekend. The additional energy and heat from the warm ocean waters can allow this to strengthen further. It's possible we could see it strengthen enough to become a depression or maybe tropical storm. Next name on the Atlantic Basin list will be Karen. Jerry, the name Jerry was claimed by a new tropical system well to the east of the Lesser Antilles on Tuesday morning. That is forecast to move northward into early next week. Once again, raising concerns about rough surf and rip currents along the East Coast, which we've been dealing with through most of the summer and early fall. The slow-moving nature of the tropical wind and rainstorm do have forecasters concerned about prolonged coastal flooding and beach erosion. Those impacts are likely whether or not it becomes a tropical storm or not. The Carolina coastline will be of particular concern. Areas of the Outer Banks that lost a number of beach houses with rough surf just last week may face yet another round of beach erosion and rough surf from this coastal storm. A round of heavy rain, most likely over the upcoming weekend across the Carolinas, eastern Virginia, southeastern Maryland, especially in some of the coastal areas, say from I-95 eastward. Could see some widespread heavy rain. All right, exactly how close this system ends up to the East Coast beaches depends on the timing and the strength of the nearby weather features, including strong high pressure off the coast of New England later this week. A strong, slow-moving high pressure in the North Atlantic would more likely steer the tropical wind and rainstorm close to the mid-Atlantic. Now, that could bring some heavy rain, tropical rain, as far to the west as the Virginia and Pennsylvania Appalachians, even into southern New England by the time we get into the second half of the upcoming weekend. Given the ongoing drought conditions across much of the mid-Atlantic and New England, the potential for rain could be seen as welcome, but of course, too much rain too quick means you're more susceptible to flash flooding should all the ingredients come together this weekend. Still several days away, but indeed here comes hump day. All right, 844-844-3388 as we have Philly Dan checking in. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. From there to southern Florida, Jeffrey, morning Steve, and the overnight family. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, 72 degrees. The front hasn't yet passed through Platkill, New York, as he is rolling to Schenectady tonight. Hello, Bill. Looks like the front has passed through your region. Good morning, Steve. 57 degrees. Cool, clear night here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. We're supposed to drop into the upper 30s tonight. Little frost on the pumpkins. But the frost is good for the cranberries in central Wisconsin. Have a great night, drivers. Everybody be safe out there. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody has a great night. Truck safely out there. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for giving the Steve Summers Overnight Drive a stage to keep us entertained. Praying for everyone needs comfort and healing. As always, tell them you love them every chance you get. There's Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. What day is it? It's not official till Horse Feathers makes it so. 62 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. We had light rain off and on most of the day. Kind of clearing out now. Partly cloudy overhead. snuggle up to whomever or whatever, turn up that volume, and watch your six.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we kick off a new day with James checking in. Another day, another refusal by the Democrats to reopen the government. Yeah, for all practical purposes, House Speaker Johnson says he doesn't think they'll get it open by the end of the week. So on we go. Hello to Mark, 85 degrees. Wow, a warm night in South Carolina. Good to have you with us. Michael, what's up, people? Finally, cooler temperatures. Perfect weather for road paving. All right, Buckeye Boy, still hanging out west. Marana, Arizona, 79 degrees. Yeah, tried to play some golf this past day. Only got 9 holes in. My back was killing me. Yeah, had a tee time for Thursday. I canceled that. I'll unload later today, then just kind of hang out till Sunday. Looks like we'll get some rain over here over the next few days. Hoping it clears out before I head out Sunday. So, it's been discovered the Biden Department of Justice and the FBI were monitoring the phones of Republican senators and a member of Congress, maybe others. Yeah, I hope heads roll over this. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, playoff action. Hello to Jerry checking in this morning. Central Alabama. All right, looks like Mariners 8, Tigers 4. Mariners now leading that best-of-5 series, 2-1. Yankees finally get a win. Yankees 9, Blue Jays 6. Jays now leading that series as well, 2-1. 73 degrees here, Central Alabama. Keep up the good work. Thank you much. Hello to the Ice Cream Man. Checking in here to Lansing, Michigan tonight, getting unloaded. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 70 degrees on the I-24 parking lot at the Kentucky-Tennessee state line. I've been sitting 45 minutes, huffing asphalt fumes, but the powerful chrome-plated cow truck does look good in the moonlight. I had Corvette guy look up at me through his T2 and comment how cool this truck looks. All right, got a late start leaving Knoxville. All right, not loading until morning in western Kentucky. So all is well. Special shout out to the Knucklebuster from the westbound construction zone tonight. All right, there's Bob in Michigan and Country Bumpkin in the house. Good to have you on board. Government shutdown, indeed. The chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, Senator Collins, has crafted a draft plan, she says, to try and end the partial government shutdown. Her plan would push a short-term funding measure while preserving space for the negotiations over health care after federal operations resume. She said she's been circulating this discussion draft, a plan that would involve Republican leadership commitments on a bipartisan deal on the Affordable Care Act and full-year appropriation bills. Now, the deal offers the negotiators some breathing room to try to reconcile the broader budget fights. The idea is reopen the government first, then try to work out the Democrats' contentious health care demands. There are a lot of informal discussions, but so far there is no product, so we have the discussion draft. Now, she said her draft suggests that there be a conversation on the Affordable Care Act extension after we reopen the government. She feels like we need an extension, but we also need some reforms, a cap on just how much income you can earn. Now, that is totally feasible to do right after we finish getting the government reopened, she says. But we should not have issues that are very complicated that split the Senate attached to the continuing resolution, because all that's going to do is keep this going on and on, prolong the shutdown. Yeah, most, obviously, Democrat senators refusing to vote for any legislation unless it codifies the extensions of the ACA subsidies, set to expire at the end of the year. Along with the exceptions of Collins' main colleague, Senator Angus King, who's the independent that actually caucuses with the Democrats, he has actually voted all 5 times for the continuing resolution that had passed the House. All right, Republican leadership favoring the simple, clean, continuing resolution, mean no add-ons or mandate concessions that the House passed. And Collins' plan kind of sticks with that approach, but she's got to navigate all the tension within her party. Some Republicans want to force the Democrats to either break or accept steep cuts. Moderates want to avoid alienating their swing votes. At the heart of the standoff are the Democrat demands to extend or restore the Enhanced Affordable Care Act premium tax credits and roll back the Medicaid cuts tied to the Republican One Big Beautiful Bill. So that's the argument that continues. And, of course, that did not mention health care for illegals. Yes, Buckeye Boy said absolutely no. No health care, free health care for illegals in this country. All right, plenty of industry headlines we'll break down for you. Lots to cover. What's going on in the sporting world? I found it rather interesting. I just came across this a bit ago. We know the Cincinnati Bengals had lost their starting quarterback for most, maybe the entire season, Joe Burrow. Of course, the backup, Browning, has been pretty much abysmal in his 3 starts filling in for Joe. Here we see a day after head coach Zach Taylor left the door open to maybe making a change at quarterback. The Cincinnati Bengals have acquired Joe Flacco. The Cleveland Browns announcing they are sending Flacco and a 2026 sixth-round draft pick to Cincinnati in exchange for a 2026 fifth-round pick. The NFL Network's Ian Rappaport first reporting the deal. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Bengals are hopeful that Flacco will be able to start this upcoming Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. Flacco has already game planned for Green Bay's defense, helping the Browns pull off a 13-10 upset against the Packers back in week number 3. But he'll have to quickly get acclimated with his new teammates and the new system. Of course, Bengals were hoping Browning would be able to keep the offense afloat as they await the return of Joe Burrow, but that has not panned out. An 0-3 record in games started by Browning. Around the country, 844-3388. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Colorado Democrats are pushing Republicans to consider extending health care tax credits set to expire at the end of the year. Senator John Hickenlooper spoke on the Senate floor.
By November 1st, Coloradans on the marketplace plans that they get from the healthcare exchange, they'll be getting the terrifying news, the alert from the insurance company that their premiums are about to increase.
His speech was part of a Democratic effort nationwide calling on Republicans to negotiate the end to the shutdown. A California lawmaker is backing Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem after she warned that drug cartels are putting bounties on ICE agents. Republican State Senator Tony Strickland of Huntington Beach says that's exactly why federal agents should be allowed to wear masks for their protection.
Now we're exposing them on their private time and their families because of these reckless bills and laws that Gavin Newsom tries to pass.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Major League playoffs. Right now, the Milwaukee Brewers leading the Cubs 2-0 in that best-of-5 series. Same with the Dodgers leading the Phillies 2-0 in that best-of-5. Later today, it looks like we've got 3:08 this afternoon Eastern will be our next Tigers-Mariners game. Seattle looking to wrap it up there. Of course, they're ahead 2-1, as we mentioned earlier. Brewers and Cubs will face off in Game 3, 5:08 p.m. Eastern Time today. All right, as they often say, may the best team win. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, dry for now, but we've been in the rain most of the day from I-81 from Winchester, Virginia. Right now, dry, 69 degrees atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia. All right, so looks like Gilligan finally feeling better, back on the road, right? Back to rolling once again. So it's kind of a deja vu, I guess we'll say. Several weeks ago, I can't remember his handle, our chicken hauler, talking about how the bird flu had really kind of gone away through the summer months. It kind of made the prediction. You have the spring migration, and now we're seeing the opposite, the fall migration, as hundreds of millions of birds are making their treks south for the winter. And it's during those periods where the bird flu tends to rear its ugly head. Word is cases of bird flu have been confirmed in the state of Iowa. According to the declaration, bird flu is contagious, an economically devastating disease that threatens turkeys, chickens, other poultry, which could exhaust local resources and capacities unless the spread is stopped. So this is, I guess, is our first emergency declaration of the fall, temporarily suspending hours of service rules for commercial vehicle drivers hauling loads related to disaster response. That waiver applies to all highways in Iowa, excluding the interstate system. Loads operating under the order must not exceed 90,000 pounds gross weight or the maximum axle weight limit of 20,000 pounds by more than 12.5%. Carriers with an out-of-service order not eligible. Obviously, any drivers who inform their carrier they need rest must be given the 10 consecutive hours off duty. It's the same old song and dance with the emergency declarations. There's also an agricultural emergency that is still in effect in the state of Iowa through the 18th of October, so another 10 days. This is in regard to the vehicles transporting soybean, corn, hay, straw, silage, fertilizer, manure, distillers' grains, allowed to be overweight but not to exceed 90,000 pounds without a permit for the duration of that exploration. Pretty much the same scenario there. But all right, Knuckle Buster checks in out of the box here. Well, hello there.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I tried to stay at the house again tonight, but they wouldn't let me. They, come on, you got to come out here and at least pay for your insurance. So I said, yeah, I might as well. So, well, let's get Semper Fi shout out to that one and only world famous bull hauler there, Mr. Lauren Wheat. I appreciate the shout out back from him this morning. Well, let's get my other guys in there, too. Let's get Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, Mr. Steve Summers, always our gracious host. So, yeah, it's been a nice weekend there, having all this time off. So, I'm just enjoying it. I'm looking ready for December 28th. That's what I'm looking forward to. I don't know. They may not let me retire at all, Steve. They may just tell me I can't retire, right?
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. Well, shoot, I do know this about Major League Baseball, Steve. There's 3 teams that are going to be watching the World Series.
And did we lose Knuckle Buster? Hello, check 1, 2. Are you with us? Nope, he disappeared. Just like that, he's dialing back in here. All right. Let's try again. Welcome back. Buster. Yes. Welcome back.
Yeah. Gotta love AT&T, right?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, there's 3 teams that are going to be watching the World Series from the couch at the house this year. And that's number 1, the St. Louis Cardinals, the Atlanta Braves, and the Cincinnati Reds. So
that's a perfect.
Them Reds, they gave a good shot at it, right?
Yeah, whatever.
I know that's right. So, oh, shoot, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Steve. I'm staying busy, taking care of grandbabies, taking care of my next door neighbor. Her mama passed away, so I drove her to her mama's funeral, and I really got more than I bargained for. So she had to go early to the church. Then we stayed after the service, and then she wanted me to drive her over to her cousin's house so they could all have dinner together. So
right.
I got wild into that too. So. But that's all right. I got to meet her family, some nice people. So, but she just, her cousins look just like her. So they could all pass for sisters there. So, and then I found out her brother, he's a Marine himself. So I'll give a Semper Fi shout out to Chris tonight too. So, and it's, I don't know. I'm going to Plano, Texas for 7 a.m. in the morning. You reckon I might be able to make that?
Well, I don't know. How much further you got to go?
I ain't got but like about 4.5, 5 hours. So I think I can make that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And another thing, just keep right on trucking on. My grandson, he celebrated his birthday yesterday, so He's getting to be a big man, Steve. I bought him one of them remote control cars. He was messing with Ziggy with that thing, buddy. I mean, Ziggy was jumping up and down, trying to pounce on it. Every time he'd try to pounce on it, he'd just move that car out of the way there. So, but it was a funny video. And then my daughter, she's getting as mad as Tennessee was. She's carrying Ziggy down there, getting him castrated. So I said, all right, I don't care. You're the one keeping up with him. So, but then she wanted me to pay for all of it, right?
All right. Yep.
Yep, Dad got your dog anyway. I'm just watching him there. So, you got a great show going on, man. Let's keep it up there, and I'm going to back out of here and get quiet for a little while and keep listening. I'll call later on, and I'll especially call in that loneliest hour because I don't want you and I to go to sleep.
There you go. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. Got to keep it going through the overnight hours, right? Well, Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day. Running a bit later than what I was hoping for, thanks to the warehouse. But that's pretty much par for the course. Traffic note, southbound 75 at the Brent Spence Bridge, as they call it, was shut down. So I'm taking 471 to 275 around. Clouds, a bit windy, 66 degrees. Rolling Interstate 275 in Kentucky. All right, thanks for the heads up there. Let me see here. Yes, I had that story right there before me, Pappy. He said, looky there, it finally happened. $4,000 gold. Silver is now approaching $50 an ounce. It's $48.67 on the silver. Gold at $4,031.68. Wow. Gold futures over 4,000 for the first time this past day, extending a year-long rally driven by expectations of Federal Reserve rate cuts, a weaker dollar, rising demand from central banks, and investors seeking refuge from market uncertainty. Now, the benchmark December contract briefly touched $4,015 before easing slightly, but obviously this update now back all the way up to $4,031. Analysts point to a confluence of factors behind this. The government shutdown has delayed some key economic reports, clouding the outlook for growth and inflation. At the same time, the Federal Reserve has been cutting rates, even with inflation still above the 2% target, a combination that investors see as undermining the dollar's appeal. That perception of inflationary easing has long been associated with strong gold markets. Global political developments have also unsettled investors. The Japanese yen weakens sharply after the surprise victory to lead Japan's ruling Liberal Democrat Party on a platform of fiscal stimulus and lower interest rates. In Europe, the abrupt resignation of France's prime minister, less than a day after forming a cabinet, rattled the markets and pushed the euro lower, amplifying demand for the safe haven assets like gold. Meanwhile, central banks have been steadily buying, adding hundreds of tons of gold to reserves this year, helping the metal surpass the euro in market value as the world's second largest reserve asset after the dollar. Meanwhile, private investors have joined in. U.S. exchange-traded funds backed by physical gold, recording their largest monthly inflows on record in the month of September. This has lifted shares of mining companies and sparked renewed interest in retail gold sales. From Costco coin aisles to the bullion dealers. One exchange-traded fund tracking miners has already doubled over the past 12 months. The rally continues.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, checking the emails. Robert was inquiring what's going on. I'm here downtown Cincinnati trying to go south. They got the bridge closed. Don't know if it's construction or there's an accident. Honestly, that's what Eskimo Mom was letting us know about a few minutes ago. So, yeah, one or the other. I'll see if I can get any more detail. Hello to Big John. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Out traveling around. I see Halloween is on its way. Where do people get those gigantic skeletons? And where do they store them when they're done with them? Gee whiz. Everybody have a great weekend from your friend Big John. I know what you're talking about. They've become more and more popular in recent years. I'm guessing those daggone things are like 15 feet tall. Monstrosities. Meanwhile, Grump checks in here early on a Wednesday, hump day. What's going on, Grump?
So gold hit $4,000 an ounce, huh?
That is correct, yes.
We've got, with some gold coins and a ton of damn rings and cartouches and stuff like that, we got about 4.5 ounces of gold. I just wonder how bad my wife wants to get rid of that stuff.
Yeah, my mom.
It's just sitting there in a jewelry box up there.
When it got over 3,000, I think it was like up to 32, then 3,300. My mom was kind of going through some of her old jewelry, going through old boxes. I mean, she said, if I haven't worn it in 20 years, I probably ain't going to wear it. She did cash out some of her gold. I think she got rid of most of it. She's probably wishing now she still had it.
Yeah, we got that and a bunch of silver coins. I've got about 400 Morgan silver dollars that we've just accumulated over the years. And my mother-in-law worked at a bank for 40 years, so every time she'd get some in, she'd always buy them, and then I'd pay her for them. But so we got a ton of those, and I'm I'm just kind of wondering what they're, get rid of some of that damn stuff, because why keep it around? It's we've been cleaning a lot of stuff out, man, and I mean it just getting rid of it. We don't use it. She's got a big old upright jewelry box that has, when I was stationed in Turkey, I would always send in jewelry home, because you could buy a gold ring. I mean, a 22 karat gold ring would be $12-15. I mean, it had no value whatsoever to those people. And get home, I find out they're worth a couple $100. And stuff. I'm like, damn. I bought a bag of raw cut diamonds and stuff like that. Just a small bag of it. I took it to a jeweler here in the town I live in, and he just dumped them out, and stuff. And he said, I'll give you $2,500 for the whole lot. And I said, no, I don't think so. So we got that mess. I don't know what she was wanting to have a bracelet or something made out of it. I don't know, but she'd never wear it. She don't wear jewelry anymore. She just, one of them things, buddy. But I don't know. But did you get a glimpse of Pam Bondi's Senate hearing today, where she just flat destroyed Adam Schiff and so many other idiots? Dick Durbin.
I did not get to see any of it, but I was obviously going through the headlines, and I saw some of the clips where she laid into Adam Schiff. Boy, she tore him up.
Oh yeah, and that's long overdue, and I still think that they need to pass some kind of a law. I don't care what it is, that we're lying on the Senate floor or on the House floor, telling these big, wild, falsehoods and things, and knowing that they're false. You should carry the same perjury, penalties that it would, if you or I were testifying in front of Congress. And, but, they cover their own. It's, Harry Reid, remember what he did with Mitt Romney, when Romney was running for president, talking about he hadn't paid any taxes at all, and Romney was showing him his what he had paid and taxes and everything, and it just and it probably cost him a couple of points on the but they need to stop all this garbage, and I hope she does have an investigation going right now to where some of these people are going to get locked up. And in order to get this to stop, that's exactly what's going to happen. But I was listening to the show the other night for the weekend there. But Forrest, ask how's Uncle Fred, or is he? He's still hanging on there.
He's a fighter. I tell you, I've never seen anything like it. Yes, he's a fighter. So hanging in there.
Bless his heart, man. Yeah. I'll tell you, it's thoughts and prayers to him, buddy. But that's a hard thing, man. But I just wanted to make sure
yes.
checked on him there.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I'll tell you, I was listening to the show there, and I heard Eagle talking, and I'm not busting on Eagle or anything, but did he say he didn't want any kind of protest in the United States? He didn't see any reason in it, or was he just referring to the group up in Portland and those idiots up there? Because that's not a protest.
That's exactly, that's what we were kind of discerning. He says a protest, yes, is holding up your sign. We kind of broke it down. A protest is peacefully doing your thing. He feels like protest should end when the sun goes down, because nothing good happens. All these riots night after night happen as soon as the sun goes down.
Well, most municipalities, they do have permits for protests, that and you got to follow certain, standards and things.
Mm-hmm.
And the minute it turns violent, then it's no longer a protest. It's become
something else.
Not necessarily it's just become a violent gathering of, whoever. But, this country would be nothing without protest. I mean, think about it. Look at, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. What would have happened if nothing would have happened on that bridge in Selma? That opened the eyes of a lot of Americans, then the march from Selma to Montgomery. And then you jump up to 1965 when we had the Voting Rights Act. Look how many unions have changed, gotten higher wages and things, over the years just out of, peaceful protest, which is they call a strike, but it's nothing more than a peaceful protest. And, I wasn't sure what he was talking about. Like I said, I wish he would clarify what he was talking about. But,
Well, hold the thought there because we're closing out hour number 1. We'll pick up there after this. Meanwhile, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership. All with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump thinks he knows why Democrats are dug in as the government shutdown continues.
This is like a kamikaze attack. They have nothing to lose.
While speaking at the White House, Trump again said the party has no leadership, while he has a mandate from the American voters. The federal government shutdown so far has lasted a full week. Republicans want a temporary stopgap bill to reopen the government and promise to negotiate on the expiring Affordable Care Act tax credits. Democrats don't believe Republicans will follow through. President Trump is highlighting America's strong ties with Canada as he met with Prime Minister Mark Carney at the White House. The two discussed trade and other key issues, with Trump saying he hopes to get some deals done.
We'll spend some time and we'll make some deals and we'll do some things that are good for both of our countries.
Canada is still looking to reach a new trade agreement after the U.S. imposed a 35% tariff on Canadian exports. Reports say Trump and Carney's relationship has strengthened since their last meeting. That's when Trump joked about making Canada the 51st state. A senator has asked Attorney General Pam Bondi if a Florida gun law raising the age to purchase a weapon could be applied nationally.
Senator Amy Klobuchar, condemning recent gun violence, asked AG Pam Bondi if the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act could become a federal law, reminding her that 18 to 20-year-olds commit gun homicides at over triple the rate of adults over 21.
The bill banned bump stocks, enacted red flag laws, and raised the minimum age to purchase a firearm in Florida from 18 to 21. And you actually defended the law in court from a challenge from the NRA.
Bondi said she couldn't comment on a federal version because the age to purchase a gun law is currently in litigation in Florida. Karen Curtis Meyer.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Senate Commerce Committee Chair Ted Cruz is requesting information on how Wikipedia maintains the online encyclopedia.
The Texas senator took aim at Wikipedia's reliable sources list, as well as how the Wikimedia Foundation distributes grant funding. Now Cruz is seeking information on how content is created and edited, how ideological bias is addressed, how it makes the reliable sources list, and how editors are removed or banned. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A teenager is stunned after a Build-A-Bear store manager in Washington State refused to print the name of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk on her plush toy's birth certificate.
It happened September 26th at the Build-A-Bear workshop inside South Center Mall. 16-year-old Evie McCormick wanted to make a bear in honor of the Turning Point USA founder who was assassinated last month, calling him a role model. After she finished making the custom bear, an employee refused to print Kirk's name on its certificate. Evie's mom, Amber, spoke with someone at corporate headquarters. They offered her a $20 gift card. She said now the goal is to try to prevent this sort of thing from happening to anyone else. I'm Monica Nelson.
A man used a flower pot to break into a Spokane bank.
The Spokane County Sheriff's Office says it happened on Saturday just before noon when the bank was closed. The bank's security saw the man on surveillance video. Deputies called for the man to come out, but he didn't comply. He eventually left the bank and was arrested. 44-year-old Richard Brown said he broke into the bank because he thought he heard someone inside. Brown was booked on burglary and malicious mischief charges. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? We kick off a brand new day from time zone to time zone. Yeah, rolling into midweek here. And we call it Hump Day, 8th day of October. So trust your week's running smoothly here. Well, hello to Too Tall. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive family. Hope everybody's doing well. Take care. Have a blessed, safe night. And Double Trucker. Hey guys, 56 degrees, Niagara County, New York. It's raining, but it's much needed here. I've been canceled for the second night of the week. Looks like the bottom is falling out of the freight business. I've been forced to stay home and drink beer. I don't want to, but they're forcing it on me, so I'm sitting at home watching motorcycle videos on YouTube since mine's broke down. Living vicariously through YouTube. Anyway, I thought I'd check in, say hello. Maybe back at it tomorrow night. I'll be tuned in. You know, I have some updates, what's going on, with the freight market. Some of the, what do they call it? The likes of Morgan Stanley and the trucking analysts they say they're trimming their expectations for the back half of the year here. Ahead of the third quarter earnings season, which actually begins next week. Tell you what they had to say this past day coming up. Yeah, the expected turnaround in trucking, it hasn't yet come to fruition. We're just kind of hanging out at the bottom. Well, Drummer Girl, it's been a while since you've checked in. Checking in via Facebook, 72, some light rain here in northeast Philadelphia. Finally, not a solar-powered driver again. All right, so be able to check in from time to time there. All right, good to have you with us. Meanwhile, back to Grump. All right, we were kind of talking some of the protests and things around the country. Welcome back.
Yeah, protest is about our only legal recourse we have about pushing back against, an onerous government regulation or even a government that, has these tyrannical tendencies, So, but what these idiots are doing is not a protest. That is nothing more than anarchy. It's just this wild lawlessness that they think that they're entitled to. They don't give a rat's rear about illegals or anyone else. They don't. You could ask 10 of them morons up in Portland or other places why they're doing what they're doing, and you'll get 10 different answers. They have absolutely no rhyme nor reason to their act. The only thing that they know is they're getting good money to do it, and it is pushing back against what they believe is, Donald Trump is just trying to take away civil rights and things like that. When that's absolutely asinine for these morons to think such a thing. Who's been fighting for your rights? When you have a Democratic Party that wants to suspend the Constitution every time that there's an emergency in this country, and that's exactly what they want to do. They want to invoke the Emergency Powers Act, which suspends the Constitution, and it just I don't know. I guess they can't see the damn forest for the trees, Steve. They got these warped ideas on what they hear is from the talking heads. But what it boils down to is who's handing them those $100 bills to go out there and raise hell and bailing them out of jail. So yeah, I'm a firm believer in protest. It's I haven't closest I've come to protesting was we had this group come around that was going to cut trees down in my yard. They said was in their 25-foot easement or their 15-foot easement, for the city. And, I'm standing there and this dump truck pulls up and then a backhoe pulls up and guys get out with chainsaws and they're walking over to some trees that that was in the yard. My wife and my son planted, a couple of them. And, when he was little for Arbor Day. Well, come to find out that this was the Arbor Society that didn't like those trees. They said they were in the easement. And so I went over and I asked the guy, "What are you doing, man?" And he, kind of got on the defense with me. And he said, "We're going to tear those trees out of here." And I said, "What trees?" And he pointed to the trees in my yard. And I said, "You're not tearing a damn thing out until the fight's over. I'm going to tell you that right now." And so we kind of, went back and forth. And cops come up and they said, "Well, you got the right to protest." And I said, "I got the right to defend them trees in my yard," and you got to learn what's going on. I mean, seriously, my dog was ready to come out and pounce on him. We had a big old 140-pound chocolate lab that just did not like people, arguing with daddy. So, he was ready to bite. And, I got to looking at the city charter real quick, and thank God for, I guess you could say that, for cell phones and computers in your hand. And it specifically says that the easement is 20 feet from the crown of the road, over. Well, this guy was trying to tell me that it was actually 15 feet from the curb. And when you look at the 20 feet from the crown of the road, my trees were 5 feet from the, their easement. And they can't do stuff like that. Cities, municipalities cannot just walk up and arbitrarily say, we're going to tear this out because it's in our easement. They cannot do that. If they're putting a water line in or a sidewalk or something like that and it's within their easement, then yes, they have that right to alter, what you have out there, what you've planted or what you take care of. But they otherwise keep your ass off people's property. And that's pretty much what I told them. But no, and then we look at, so much other stuff that's going on right now, and it just freaks you out, to think of like, some of the things that they were talking about today, how Joe Biden and that group of idiots that was with him just blatantly, had the FBI do everything humanly possible to, lock Trump up. For keep him from running. It scares that's something that scares the hell out of Democrats and people like those that people in the swamp, is the fact that you got somebody that is wealthy enough, they don't need the money of the government. You cannot buy them, like you can't buy Trump. I mean, he don't give a rat's rear about anything. He's going to say what's on his mind. He don't care about that either. And he's the biggest threat to them, because anytime you have somebody in that has that much back against the swamp and all these idiots like Adam Schiff and the lawmakers that writes laws and breaks laws and does every damn thing else just to stay in the political powerhouse, over we the people, it's a threat to them. So yeah, they're going to weaponize whatever, and they're going to try to do whatever just so they can, stay in control of we the people. And I want to see some people locked up. I do. They say, is Pam Bondi weaponizing now the Justice Department? No, the Justice Department is doing their job. What they need to do also is start arresting some of these damn activist judges that could care less about the law and how it's applied, and start, just locking some of these damn fools up or impeaching them or whatever they want to do to get them off the bench, so that they can see that justice really is blind, that it applies to everybody instead of who they, the laws on the books, they can't legislate laws. They've already been stated and every damn thing else. And here you got judges that says, well, I'm in power, so I'll decide what's right and what's wrong. No, you cannot do that. And, it's high time that we have somebody in our justice departments and that is looking out for we the people and saying, look, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you guys are going to, break the laws, and you need to go to jail. We no longer have this untouchable group that we've had, like Hillary Clinton and that bunch of fools that knew damn well whatever they got the government to do against Donald Trump, that nothing was going to happen about it. It might knock us down a point or two in the polls, but our people will stand up for us. That's the way they do. And they were exactly right. The 22 to 28% of the thugs that vote Democrat, they could have done any damn thing under the sun, and they would have still voted for them people. Look at the people that has come out against Charlie Kirk and talked all the trash about him, and it's all the same people. It's that far left bunch of lunatic progressives that number one, they don't want a constitution. They don't want any kind of guidelines. They just want to, make up as they go along. Number two, they can't stand anybody that thinks different than they do. It's not that, we have a different thought process like you would think that should be, a legitimate debate and stuff. No, you're just wrong and you need to be destroyed. That's their way of thinking. And I'm just, I'm just sick of it. And I heard 4 times, Jeffrey said it. Nancy Pelosi said it. There was a couple others that said it. Elizabeth Warren, who that dingbat there. And AOC, I think, was another one, or Crockett, or one of them morons said it, that they're looking for a civil war in this country. Well, let me enlighten them dumb asses on something. They better hope to God that there's never a civil war. Them people can't even decide what damn bathroom to take a leak in. And I got an arsenal in my house. I mean, that's just something that I will defend my family to the death. That's just the way it is. I don't care. It's not about civil war. They're the ones that are pushing this agenda. They're the ones that are creating this atmosphere that they're just trying to get the people pitted against the people. That's why they keep this race crap going all the time. If you don't agree with something, that's being said, well, it's because you're a racist. And no, I'm just really sick of it. You can't make the stuff up that's happening here. I wish you could listen to Eric Schmidt's what he said today, his testimony today. It was amazing. I mean, he used to be the Attorney General out of Missouri, and now he's a U.S. Senator, and what he hit on today was just amazing. And if you can bring that up, play it, because it is well worth listening to, and it says pretty much everything. But that's about all I got, man. I just wanted to touch bases on
all right. That's great. Thank you very much, Grump. Appreciate it. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. It is 18 past the hour. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, hello, Horse Feathers. What do you say? You're ready for Friday? What's the deal?
Yeah. Hey, Becky. What day is it? Casual Friday, ain't it? Yeah. Time I started here last evening there, I already had 30 hours? Yeah, 30 hours already clocked in for the week. So, yeah, I'm ready to be done. I don't know. I guess we should do it the right way, shouldn't we? You're back.
Yes,
I think
here we
you're back.
are.
Are you Memorex or are you back?
Live in Technicolor.
All right. So, anyways, well, hey, Mike. What day is it for you?
There it
what
is.
What day is it there, Your Honor?
Well, it's hump day. Kind of feels like a Tuesday. I don't know.
All right. It feels like a Friday to me. I'm telling you. So, but anyway, so now we got that officially out of the way.
Hump day.
Yep. So we're just starting to get the sprinkle drops here. They're probably more over on the mainland, the west side of the Chesapeake Bay, but I'm over here on the east side running down the eastern shores. So we're just starting to get the sprinkle drops here, and right about 12:30 where I was at in Philly, they were starting there. So anyways, that's kind of what we got going on. I didn't really see the prediction of weather last night, but the night before they were saying it was going to pretty much go through the night, and by morning rush hour there, things would be calming back down. And the only big thing is we probably have about a 15 to 20 degree difference in temperature. So they're looking for the high temperature somewhere in the mid 60s here today. So if you're used to that 80, 85 degree temperature for your daytime highs there, it ain't happening no more around here. So,
yep.
So I don't know what else you guys got going on out there, but that's about what we got here weather-wise. So, well, I don't know, not a whole lot of things. Yeah, Trump there, he's talking about protesting that. You know, the whole country started on a protest, didn't it? Wasn't the Boston Tea Party a protest?
Yes, it was.
I'm thinking.
Yes, sir.
So anyways, yeah, so the whole country's pretty much based on a type of protest. I guess that one didn't end up being quite as peaceful and I'm, Trump mentioned something about, the people going out on strike, and boy, I remember, as a kid seeing some of those scenes on TV there, Walter Cronkite, reporting on the strikes that were going on and people trying to cross picket lines, and boy, some of those weren't quite so peaceful either. I kind of remember there. But
in some of those cases, I think there was some bloodshed and some lives lost in some of those, weren't there?
Gunplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely gunplay, and of course it depended on, who was involved. I mean, we used to have a lot stronger mafia in this country and the mafia had a lot of say in what went on in business and industry and protesting. And so, anyways, how times have changed a little bit. They've changed, and they've just kind of gone to a different, organization type thing that's operating, that's doing it, as Trump said, a lot of them are out there getting $100 bills for being out there causing the disturbance they are.
Yep.
So it's really not much different than what it was when Al Capone and all those guys were causing the disturbances with the very, very unpeaceful protesting that they did. So anyway, I don't know. So Knucklebuster mentioned the Cardinals, the Reds. What was the third one? Was it the Braves? I don't know. One of them teams. He didn't say anything about the New York Yankees. What's going on with the Yankees, Your Honor? They were in a win-or-go-home situation themselves. Where are they at?
They won that game, so they're down 2-1.
Okay.
They won Monday.
So they still got a fighting chance. Now, are they still playing in Toronto, or do they get to come to New York, or is that more than you got a chance to take a look at?
I did not get a chance to figure out how that worked. I'm not sure.
All right. So I guess the only thing we got to ask you was, do you still have the pitter-patter of roofers on the above you, pitter-tattering the sounds of roof and nails going in the shingles?
No, they got it done. We had some light rain, some sprinkles coming through Tuesday morning, and I knew it was going to rain, or Monday morning, and I knew it was going to rain all day Tuesday, which it did. And they were kind of hesitant. I looked at the radar and the forecast. I said, I say go for it. Well, they ended up beautiful day, got the roof done, and still some work to be done. I think I got to get gutters too. The thrills of being a homeowner, you know.
Yeah, you gotta love it there. It's always something. It's never finished. And the worst part about it is, even if you get the mortgage paid off, you're never done paying on it, because there's always somebody out there standing with their hand out wanting tax money for this or tax money for that, or your water bill or your sewer bill, or there's always somebody wanting money from you for trying to own a piece of property. But
I can't tell you.
I guess the one last thing I
can't tell you, the dogs did not like the sound of those people on the roof, especially when they were doing the tear off. It sounded like an invasion. They were going crazy. I'm like, what the hell's going on up there?
Yeah. Turbo's not much. I only imagine what that was like.
Yep.
But anyways, you're talking about the legislator stuff and that, and of course we have this governor here. Now, I saw a thing there that said that he just went to Japan. This Governor Wes Moore that we have just took a trip to Japan along with 19 of his cronies, all flying business class on the Maryland taxpayer nickel, and he absolutely got no business interest whatsoever out of Japan, but apparently had a pretty good time over there.
So he thought it was going to get some sort of a financial deal with them. And we got to pause there. But first, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the USA. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The federal government shutdown has hit the 1 week mark. It's now the fourth longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats need to come to their senses and help end this stalemate.
We only have 53 Republicans, so we have to have a handful of Democrats who will wake up and do the right thing and stop inflicting pain on the American people so that they can score political points.
Essential federal workers, including 1.3 million active duty troops, are still on the job but unpaid, with their first missed paycheck expected October 15th. Social Security checks are still going out. Food assistance continues as funds allow, and the Postal Service remains open. Immigration courts also remain active under President Trump's national emergency declaration. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE 40.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tel at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, I mentioned the industry headlines. As the gentleman earlier said, home for the second night this week. What's going on? The freight market. Morgan Stanley transportation and logistics analyst Ravi Shankar cut earnings per share estimates by single low to high teen percentages for most of the truckload and LTL carriers that he covers. Stating the year that promised so much has instead been a series of stop-start months, uncertainty about tariffs taking its toll. Shippers' uncertainty on the cycle remains high. Visibility remains low, which makes predictions or even looking backwards difficult. Trade noise made some shippers to pull forward inventory ahead of new tariff implementation dates. We know that led to seasonally strong freight shipments in July, which gave way to sub-seasonal demand in August and an inline September. He noted some truckload carriers were optimistic about peak season prospects, speaking at an investor conference this month, while the LTL carriers sounded a bit more cautious. Third quarter reports and commentary from management teams will provide a scorecard on trucking's peak season. His third quarter earnings forecast for truckloads reduced by 10% on average, ranging from no change in Schneider National to an 18% EPS cut for Knight-Swift Transportation. Reductions also made for fourth quarter numbers. His forecast for Knight-Swift sits 8% above the current consensus estimate. Yeah, he said the company might see its best peak in the last 3 or 4 years if the late project business actually materializes as promised. Demand remains rather tepid across all modes, with trucking more than 3 years into a freight recession. Manufacturing data, again, kind of disappointing in September. The Purchasing Managers Index, the PMI, registering a 49.1 reading. 50 is considered neutral, keeping it in negative territory for 33 of the past 35 months. Weakness across the industrial complex seen in interquarter updates provided by the LTL carriers. Tonnage across the industry remained negative for most carriers during the first 2 months of the third quarter. ArcBest cut their third quarter margin outlook for their asset-based unit by about 100 basis points because of soft demand. Schenker reduced his third quarter ArcBest number by 17%. That's 6% below the consensus forecast. Revisions for other LTL carriers were less than 5%, pretty much in line with consensus expectations. Now, they said mid-quarter updates were squishy across the board as LTLs continue to point to cyclical industrial malaise. We suspect this could be a symptom of more idiosyncratic pressures, potential share loss to the truckloads, brokers, and privates. Lastly, he said he believes investors will be more interested in LTL pricing commentary and fourth quarter margin outlooks. He flagged XPO as an outlier among the group, given their network optimization and pricing initiatives. So, I guess, long story short, the freight recession is continuing 3 years in now. Meanwhile, I'll get back to the calls and see what Eagle has going on here this Wednesday morning. What's up, Eagle?
Okay. Before I get started on the protest situation and this government shutdown, I want to say something right quick about your Cincinnati Bengals right quick. Cincinnati, they look real bad, and apparently the coach felt the same way about that quarterback. I think he might be better than what you had. The Bengals brung in Joe Flacco. They made a trade today to bring in Joe Flacco as quarterback, so maybe he can help, Cincinnati. Because, they still got a good team. They just, the defense, they just own the field too much, since Burrow went down. So maybe Flacco can take some of the pressure off the defense and help Cincinnati. I think he's better than what you got at quarterback, so we'll see what he can do. But they did make a trade. Cincinnati, they did make a deal. And the division is kind of weak this year, so Cincinnati, they still might have a chance to make the playoffs because Baltimore is not doing good. Baltimore's not playing good. I think they 1-4 or 1-3 right now. And let me see who else you got. Cleveland Browns, they not going nowhere. So the only team they really got is the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Cincinnati, if Joe Flacco can come in and do something, they said they might still have a shot at the playoffs. And from what I heard Joe Burrow, they said something about he was on the sidelines throwing the ball the last game. So he might be able to come back to, the last one of the season, the last 2 or 3 ball games, if they're in playoff contention. So Burrow might not be finished for the year. So Cincinnati, they still might have a chance to make the playoffs when it's all said and done, if Flacco does what he's supposed to do. But now getting to this situation, Steve, with the let me talk about the government shutdown before I get to the protest. You know how much you know what I feel about that protest situation. Okay, now this government shutdown is getting to be very serious, Steve, just like it was a couple of years ago. I don't know if you heard the latest news. They're saying that airports around the country are having a shortage of air traffic controllers in Nashville, Tennessee. I heard in California and some other places. Guys are calling in. See, I work the same way, Steve. See, maybe your other listeners don't, but I do. See, here's how it goes with me. No pay, no work. So during the government shutdown, they say I'm not going to get paid. So guess what? I'm not showing up for work. It's just that simple. So they better figure out how to get it solved and get it solved fast. I don't blame them air traffic controllers for not showing up for work, for calling in sick, because I'd be damned if I'm gonna work for free. I gotta get paid for what I do.
Eagle,
it's just that simple, because this government shut down.
Hang on now.
What'd you say?
They're not working for free, Eagle. They're not getting their paycheck on Friday, but when the government reopens, they will get all of their pay for all the time they've worked. So if they're calling in sick, they're not going to get the pay that they call in sick for. So it's really just a matter of hanging on during the shutdown. Everybody that's furloughed gets all their money when the government reopens for all the work.
Okay, well, anyway, like I said before, this is a dangerous situation. Air traffic controllers is one of the most professions where needed, because you got lives on airplanes, and so people can lose their lives if these control towers are not staffed. The Democrats and the Republicans, they need to end this thing as soon as possible. Come to the table. It doesn't do any good to come to a deal 3 or 4 weeks from now when you could have done the same thing tomorrow or the next couple of days. You need to go ahead, and somebody needs to go ahead and swallow their pride and go ahead and come to the negotiating table and make a deal and end this thing, because a lot of people are going to suffer unnecessarily, and it's basically a bogus deal to begin with. Trying to give benefits to people. Increasing people's insurance rates, Americans, and yet they want to allow somebody that's in the country illegally to receive insurance and no pay, no expenses. It doesn't work like that, and it needs to come to an end. I got a big problem with that, and anybody who pays insurance for the insurance should have a big problem with it too, because if I got to pay for my insurance, I'll be damned if somebody from another country that's here illegally don't have to pay. So now let me move on to the other situation that I love to talk about, because see, these people make me sick, because see, like Rupp said in his phone call, these are paid protests. These individuals that you see on TV in Portland, Oregon, and Chicago. See, here's how stupid these guys are. So here's their objective. I sat back and watched the video. So what these losers do night after night is they go to these ICE detention centers where they transport the people that are here illegally, and they stand out in front of the building. Like, this shows you what kind of losers these people are. This is what they stand out in front of the building all night long and try to block the cars from transporting detention people in and out of the building. They're throwing rocks, they're throwing smoke bombs, they're standing in front of cars, cussing out the ICE detention workers. This is what these losers they're paid to do this, because nobody in their right mind would stand outside all night long in front of a detention center trying to cause problems. And like I told you before, Steve, and you I don't know if you agree with it. I told you this the other day. After dark, nothing good happens after dark. I've been told this my whole life, and it's been found not to be true. Nothing good happens after it gets dark outside. Once it gets dark, all them losers that you see on TV night after night fighting with the police need to go home. If they don't want to go home, they can go to jail. They can take their choice. You either go home or you go to the local jailhouse. But now, apparently, as we've seen over the last couple of days, and they got it on audio, so I don't want to hear no Democrat calling in tonight saying, well, it's not true, that's just false information. No, they got it on audio, and you heard it too, Steve, where the police chief or somebody in Chicago told the police to stand down. Am I right or am I wrong? They got it on audio where he told them that there were ICE units being... What'd you say?
That is correct. I mean, I've never heard of anything like that, and those in law enforcement have never heard of something like that.
Yeah. Hopefully, Grump will call in. Some other police officers that call your show. Listen, it's on audio. The guy told the police not to get involved. These guys. There's somebody it was some guy in Chicago. He was a leader of the Latin Kings. What do you call criminal organization? And he paid two people to ram into they surrounded ICE vehicles with guns. This woman had a semi-automatic gun. They got it on video where she rammed the car. These people had the nerve to ram the car of ICE, of a federal employee, and try to cause chaos. And then they were told by the guy, he had the nerve to come on TV and lie about it, Steve, the police chief of Chicago. I listened to him on the radio the other day, and he had the nerve to say that they wasn't that he didn't tell his people not to help out the ICE units in that situation when they got it right there on audio with the dispatcher where they told him to stand down and not get involved in the situation. So we this governor up there in Chicago, Pritzker, whatever the hell his name is, this guy here is an embarrassment. He's a piece of garbage, and he has the nerve to come on TV and say his city is in control, that he got everything under control. He don't need the help of Donald Trump and his people. He don't have nothing under control. Those people are fighting with the ICE unit individuals. When you got somebody ramming an ICE unit vehicle, let me ask you a simple question, Steve. When you got somebody ramming an ICE unit vehicle with a semi-automatic gun, does that sound like you got the situation under control?
It's not. Absolutely not.
Hell no, it's not. It's not under control. And like Donald Trump said the other day, he said if you can't get control of your city, we will get control of it, and that's exactly what he should do. This guy, governor, should get the hell out of the way and let the professionals come in and get the job done. And as far as the police go, those guys are an insult. They ought to turn in their badge. Any officer that refused to stand down, that's one of the worst things that a police officer can do, Steve. You sign that contract to protect and serve, and for you to decide that you don't want to get involved, somebody gives you a stand down order, that's one of the worst things that a police officer can be involved in. And they did it in Chicago, and they got it right there on audio. So, like I said before, these losers that go out to these these ICE detention centers night after night, they can, these are paid people. These people are paid money to do what they do. These are not protesters. These are paid individuals that go out to do this nonsense, and it cause havoc, and they want to get spitting in the police. They want something to happen so they can get it on video and say that they got a officer that's out of control. But nobody's you're gonna let somebody come up to your face and talk trash, cuss you out, call you every name under the book, and spit in your face and do whatever they got to do, and then let somebody get away with it. Those people need to be arrested and apprehended and placed in jail where they belong, because they're nothing but a domestic terrorist is what they are. And anybody that brings a gun to one of those situations, or the Molotov cocktails or whatever they got, that you are nothing but a criminal. Because first of all, and I'm gonna end my conversation by saying this, Steve, the whole thing makes no sense. Like I told you the other night, these people it shows you how stupid they are. They are actually protesting to have the release of people that are in this country illegally. That's all you need to say, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yes. So meanwhile, the Texas National Guard arriving in Chicago yesterday, despite the likes of Pritzker and the mayor there, repeatedly rejecting the president's pledge to deploy National Guard to certain Democrat-led cities. Trump announced on Monday Chicago will become a safe city again, crediting federal efforts a renewed law and order push reminiscent of what he did there in Washington, D.C., to which, when all was said and done, the D.C. mayor there, Muriel Bowser, said, the streets are actually safer now. Several troops dressed in camouflage, carrying long guns, seen on federal property in Chicago's far southwest suburbs this past morning. National Guard soldiers with T patches on their arms, identical to the ones shown in a picture tweeted by Governor Greg Abbott on Monday, were seen walking in and out of mobile sleeping units. A defense contractor tells the Tribune that sleepers, showers, a dining hall for 250 people were being set up there at a makeshift base. Officials in Illinois had braced for the possible arrival, while a legal challenge to Trump's plan to send hundreds of troops to the area still simmers. Governor Pritzker has said some 300 of the state's troops were to be federalized and sent to Chicago, along with 400 from Texas. Pritzker said, as far as Trump goes, he said he wants to justify and normalize the presence of armed soldiers under his direct command. A federal judge gave the Trump administration 2 days to respond to a lawsuit filed Monday by Illinois and Chicago challenging the plan. There's a hearing on that scheduled for Thursday of this week. The lawsuit alleges these advances in Trump's long-declared war on Chicago and Illinois are unlawful and dangerous. It's not a war on Chicago. It's not a war on Illinois. It's a war on illegals committing crimes, gang members committing crimes, flooding the streets with fentanyl and methamphetamines and cocaine. It's trying to get the criminal element off the streets. But that's what Pritzker is hell-bent and determined to defend.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Meanwhile, in Kansas, the Highway Patrol recently taking part in a commercial vehicle enforcement and inspection campaign that yielded dozens of out-of-service orders. Kansas Highway Patrol this past day saying that a 3-day commercial inspection operation took place over the weekend in southwestern Kansas with assistance from the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program personnel. Officers conducting more than 300 commercial vehicle inspections. The inspections resulted in 6% of drivers and 14% of vehicles being placed out of service. In addition to the truck inspections, they also conducted saturation patrols to remove impaired drivers from the roadways in Seward, Finney, and Ford counties, they tell us. Meanwhile, a portion of Interstate 10 westbound through Houston is going to be reduced to 2 lanes until the middle of next year for an ongoing flood management project, they tell us. Yeah, the lane reduction will begin on Friday, October 24th, and then continuing through mid-next year. Without an exact completion date, this is going to affect I-10 westbound from Interstate 45 to Houston Avenue. Right now, I-10 westbound is operating with only 3 lanes from I-45 to Studemont Street. According to the public media release, the construction part of the White Oak Bayou Elevation Project, which will build I-10 over the Houston Avenue Bridge, which will also be demolished and raised at least 2 inches to fix the Texas DOT's modern clearance standards. Demolition of the bridge not scheduled till sometime in 2027, they say. But all right, they say the closure of I-10 westbound lanes necessary to complete the construction of the new elevated westbound main lanes. So obviously, for a very extended period of time, there will be a slow go on traffic. And I would suspect numerous rear-end accidents, people not paying attention to the traffic slowing ahead. But just a heads up, October 24, that begins. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The federal government shutdown has hit the 1-week mark. It's now the 4th longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats need to come to their senses and help end this stalemate.
We only have 53 Republicans, so we have to have a handful of Democrats who will wake up and do the right thing and stop inflicting pain on the American people so that they can score political points.
Essential federal workers, including 1.3 million active duty troops, are still on the job but unpaid, with their first missed paycheck expected October 15th. Social Security checks are still going out. Food assistance continues as funds allow, and the Postal Service remains open. California's Democratic Senator Alex Padilla is accusing the Trump administration of weaponizing the Justice Department.
The Department of Justice has pulled resources away from organized crime, away from counterterrorism, away from the protection of civil rights to focus on immigration.
He went after Attorney General Pam Bondi during a Capitol Hill hearing, accusing her of playing politics when she fired U.S. Attorney Michelle Beckwith. The Sacramento area prosecutor was removed from office after expressing concern about the administration's approach to immigration raids. A key Democrat is standing behind the Virginia Attorney General candidate that described a hypothetical shooting of a former State House Republican. Virginia Senator Tim Kaine says he's known Democratic nominee Jay Jones for decades, and his comments are not in character.
And he has apologized. I wish other people in public life would sincerely apologize for stuff. So no, I still am a supporter.
Jones says he regrets sending the 2022 text about the then Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert and has since apologized to Gilbert's family. President Trump has urged Jones to drop out of the race. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez is due back in court next month to face felony battery charges following that strange incident in Indianapolis over the weekend.
Sanchez was supposed to appear in court Tuesday, but the hearing was pushed back. The New York Post has video, it claims, shows the Fox Sports analyst stumbling down the street and clutching his torso shortly after he allegedly picked a fight with a truck driver. Meanwhile, the truck driver, 69-year-old Perry Toll, is suing Sanchez and the Fox Corporation, saying the drunken attack left him permanently disfigured. I'm Kristen Marks.
Snoqualmie Pass in Washington State closes every year for several hours during heavy snowstorms, so crews can reduce the risk of an avalanche.
A new system will help reduce the amount of time I-90 is closed for avalanche control. WashDOT's been using a World War II-era howitzer artillery gun to manage the avalanche risk, but that required closure of the freeway for at least 6 hours. The legislature funded a new system that's powered by solar panels. It allows remote control. A similar system at Stevens Pass has been successful. I'm Brad Ford.
A new report suggests half of America's sandy beaches will be gone by the end of the century.
The Surfrider Foundation's 2025 State of the Beach report says California beaches will be harder hit, with 70% disappearing by 2100 due to climate-driven rising sea levels. The foundation points out that erosion of sandy beaches is normal and expected, but climate change is intensifying that process. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saveslives.org.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
into a brand new day. Midweek coming on. Trust your week's going well. Yeah, looking at the 8th day of October already. Well, according to the National Weather Service in Grand Forks, North Dakota, a 12-year EF5 tornado drought ended Monday morning with the announcement that a twister that had touched down in Enderlin, North Dakota earlier this year, back on June the 20th, had winds greater than 210 miles per hour. That classifies it as a monster EF5 tornado, the highest rating possible. Yeah, that twister killed 3 and it was more than a mile wide, if you could imagine, leaving a massive scar, even seen via satellite images. The unusually high forensic damage, wind speed estimates, came from the twister tipping fully loaded grain hopper cars from a train, actually tossing one empty tanker nearly 500 feet. Trees were uprooted, tossed by the tornado with root balls. Other trees left standing had only stubs of a trunk, totally debarked. One local farmstead was swept clean off the foundation. That tornado was actually one of 25 twisters that occurred that night, with also featured a derecho and post-derecho high winds across much of the state. Yes, the last EF5 in 2013, an extremely powerful tornado destroyed a huge part of Moore, Oklahoma. 12 years later, up until Monday, it remained the most recent tornado rated as an EF5, which they said was the longest gap in between EF5 tornadoes since we started actually keeping records back in 1950. That was an unusually long drought, but all right, so we reset the clock, right? Meanwhile, Senor Heatwave on board.
Well, good morning, Senor, from the left coast and the state of fruits and nuts in Weed, California. Except I think these folks up here call this part the state of Jefferson, so kudos to them. Oh, Lordy, where to start? Well, I hope everyone enjoyed the videos and pictures of my experience of Balloon Fiesta there.
I saw
in
that.
the Mass Ascension
Very
last
nice.
Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said, they got these football field long strips, about 6 or 7 of them, and they just stack them up, and the damn things look like a bunch of flowers. All whenever the flowers are, get all their blooms up there. I mean, they're just all bunched together, just waiting for the zebras to tell them, all right, let's get going. And happened to see a zit out there with his trainer. That's a zebra in training. They're the ones that look like referees, and they give out the whistle commands to get people to move and go ahead and launch these balloons. So that one shows it's about 8.5 minutes long, and it shows how long it takes for them to air up one of those balloons. And it's pretty quick. I mean, just think, all that fabric gets blowed up, and then they add the hot air to it to make it stand up in less than 10 minutes. I mean, that's pretty impressive. So anyways, yeah, of course there was some mischief out there. You get a whole bunch of people out there, and I mean, you get them ooh and on, and while they're looking up, you got these damn scalawags out there that are carrying rocks in their hands and beating on people's hands. Unfortunately, my daughter Alicia, she suffered one of those attacks. And bless her heart, she don't want to cause any trouble, so she was quiet about it until after the end of the day. And she showed off the bruise to her mother, Lady Heatwave, and it's like, why in the hell doesn't she say something when it happens? You know, I'm gathering that she was behind me when I was trying to lead the way to go to the Smokey the Bear hot air balloon, and she said it was 3 teenage girls walking around, you know, swinging their hands down low, and it just happened to smack her. And like I said, it left a pretty good damn bruise on her, and I'm just, it's crying shame. You get something as joyful and as beautiful as this, and then you have to have the trash of the society going in there and making a ruckus, thinking they're having a good old time. But yeah, it was $20 to park, and it was $15 for adults. And if you were a child under the age of 12, then you got in for free. But yeah, it was a lot of walking. It was a good thing I wore my tennis shoes. That's all I got to say about that. The food, obviously, the vendors that are there, they're gonna try to make as much money as they can. So a local staple at a Blake's Lottaburger is the restaurant that's founded in New Mexico. They normally have their breakfast burritos at about $7. You know, $7 to $8, depending on what you get. Hell, all of them were $15, and they weren't any bigger than what their regular burrito was. So I mean, you know, I guess they got to pay for the rent of the space, and then they got to make their profit too. So, but yeah, I took them all out to eat, and I know there's a few people out there in the radio land that say anytime the check comes, whenever I'm having breakfast with them or dinner, that I mysteriously up and disappear while they're stuck with the check.
Right.
I made damn sure y'all realized I actually paid for it. So I gave the waitress a $20 tip. I figured that was pretty good considering who she had to deal with. And I may be scolded saying, well, that wasn't enough. Well, I thought it was. So anyways,
so watching some of the videos that you had shared, the mass ascension, as they call it, do they ever have? I mean, how do they keep from like bumping into each other? Do they have incidents where they got to get too close or whatever?
Yes.
Do they?
Yes. I mean, that's a natural. That happens all the time. You'll see them going up, and the gondolas will hit the envelopes, you know, and the balloons, they're a pretty strong fabric, and I'm sure that they've got a coating sprayed onto it to keep as much air in as they can, the hot air.
Mm-hmm.
And of course they're not going to go when it rains, but yeah, I mean, there's incidences of them, you know, bumping into each other, and it happens. That you know, I mean, when you have 750 registered balloons, especially for this year, not all of them go up because they're, well, I think you've seen like Darth Vader, Smokey the Bear, what the hell, they had Arabelle the cow, the Dairyland cow. I mean, those are large balloons, and you know, they have a special shaped balloon time in the morning where they got all these weird looking balloons going up. You know, it happens. You know, none of the envelopes get punctured, which is good.
Right.
But I mean, you know, it's going to happen, especially in a mass ascension. So yeah, it's pretty interesting, and the heat that comes when they blow those burners to add hot air into the balloon itself. I mean, it's not all going up in the balloon. I mean, some of that heat is coming out on you.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a cold day, well, you're guaranteed to be warm. And for some women that like to throw a boatload of makeup on you, you're going to look like a melted candle because, I mean, it's pretty warm. You know? So yeah, it was a very, very good experience, except for that little bit of shenanigans that was going on. But all in all, that was actually the first one since I have lived in New Mexico since '86. When I got there in '86, I was always close enough or fortunate enough to live nearby the balloon fiesta and have the balloons come up over me when I was married to Satan's sister. I think I might have mentioned her a couple of times. But yeah. So anyways, well, you've seen that trickster and that mayor of Chicago, you know, the epitome of stupidity. You know, the mayor saying, well, you know, by order of me, you can't do this. You can't bring your federalized people here, and you can't. And then he also says, well, they're trying to revisit the Civil War. It's like, well, I don't know what there is to revisit. It was the North against the South, and it was Republicans in the North against the Democrats in the South. And I think the word needs to be mentioned that it's Democrats versus Republicans. You know, the political landscape may have changed. But it's still it's the same political systems. So if the Democrats of the North want to revisit the Civil War, I think they're going to wind up finding out that they're not exactly on the right side that's going to be victorious here.
Yeah.
It is just mind blowing that they would fight for the right of illegal aliens in the criminal element, and then cry and complain and moan and groan about, oh, you're separating families. Well, it's like what the hell is that guy's name? Tom Holtzman, the one that's the head of getting these people arrested and getting the hell out of the country.
Immigration czar.
He said, you know what? I was a city cop. Yeah. There you go. You know, he said, I was a city cop, and if you had children in the car and you were drunk, yeah, I separated the children from the drunk parent who was not, you know, being responsible. And, you know, AOC's crying and complaining, well, you're separating families. You know, that jackass, she just needs to shut the hell up, revisit those books that she allegedly reads. Hopefully they don't have pictures in them where she actually has to sound out the words and try to divine the meaning of these words behind what she's reading. So I just, what is the matter with people that they do not want to have safe cities, that they do not want to have the criminal element taken out? I mean, we got enough of our own idiots out here that act like a bunch of damn fools. We don't need to have any more coming in from south of the border or from the north of the border, you know, where now the new problem is coming in from Canada. So, I don't know. I mean, if you think it's so damn good in the other countries, well, they got socialism and they, you know, we need to go socialist or we need to go communist. You know what? I really don't want to do either of those. I'm pretty happy with our capitalistic society that we have here. Yeah, I may fuss and complain about stuff costing too much, but it's laughable compared to what that same product costs in these other countries, if they can even get the product in these other countries.
Right.
That idiot running for mayor in that Moldami, Fufami, whatever the hell you want to call them.
New York.
They're up in New York City. They're saying, oh, he's going to win. Well, you know what? I hope he does. And I hope that the people that can't move out of there are actually hit with the loss of a lot of their services, because those who can afford to leave are going to get the hell out of the city. They may move further north in New York, what they call upstate.
Yeah.
Or they just may say, you know what, screw it, we're out of here. And then you're going to lose your tax base. So where in the hell is this guy going to get the money to pay for all this free stuff that he plans on giving away?
Yeah, well, that's the only reason he's getting support. He's getting it's about what can I get free from the government, which there is nothing. There's no such thing as free from the government, because the government has nothing unless they take it from the American citizens. They take it from somebody. We'll return after this.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Alrighty, coming up, Philip on board, checking in from the Sunshine State. Yeah, Plowboy. First, Pappy breaks down. He shared a little. I'm looking at the screenshot here. Since January the 20th of 2025. That's Inauguration Day, right? The FBI, 23,000 plus arrests of violent criminals, a 91% increase from the same time last year. The FBI has 3,600 plus violent criminal cases with 1,200 plus indictments, 6,000 plus weapons seized, 1,600 plus gangs and crime enterprises disrupted, 170 plus gang and crime enterprises dismantled. Violent crimes against children under that category, 1,500 plus child predators have been arrested, 300 plus human traffickers arrested, and the figure Pappy wanted to point out was 4,000 plus children rescued in this country. That's ongoing. What's going on, Pappy?
Steve, listen, man. Heat wave, come on, man. You know what's going on, Steve. This is an attempt takeover of our country. You know, I mean, when he asks what they don't want peace. No, they don't want peace. They want chaos. It's all about taking over this country, Steve, and taking over our free will that was given to us by God. Steve, this deal out of Chicago over the weekend. Steve, this was straight out of a Hollywood action movie, man. This was crazy. Where you got several vehicles following these ICE vehicles for blocks, attempting to ram them. They finally do ram them, box them in, and then brandish some firearms. Florida lady got shot. This flat out.
Yep.
Straight out of a movie, man. And then the mayor and these other Democrats want to come on TV, look straight in the camera, and tell us this isn't happening, man. Protests are mostly peaceful, right? The same old. I don't know if you've seen the one in Portland. I don't know if it was a mayor. He gets out, he's standing there, he's throwing this peekaboo behind a tree, right? He's like, all right, where's all the protesters? We're all rioters. And he steps out. He says, there ain't nothing going on here. Steve, they are gaslighting the American people. Been saying this for how many years? They cause this chaos. They gaslight us, deny that it's going on. So when Trump steps in to try to solve these issues, these rioters, these terrorists, they want to blame Trump for being a Nazi. Weaponizing the government. And the point I was making, Steve, is the mayor of Chicago came out. That raid that you were talking about a week ago, where they went into that building with the helicopter and all that good stuff.
Yep.
See, they saved several, I don't know the exact number, but they went in there and rescued several children that were being sex trafficked. The mayor comes out and says that.
Well, hold the thought there. We got to pause there. I apologize. We'll pick up there in a moment. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The federal government shutdown has hit the 1-week mark. It's now the 4th longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats need to come to their senses and help end this stalemate.
We only have 53 Republicans, so we have to have a handful of Democrats who will wake up and do the right thing and stop inflicting pain on the American people so that they can score political points.
Essential federal workers, including 1.3 million active duty troops, are still on the job but unpaid, with their first missed paycheck expected October 15th. Social Security checks are still going out. Food assistance continues as funds allow, and the Postal Service remains open. Immigration courts also remain active under President Trump's national emergency declaration. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Don't get stuck.
All right, back at it here. Let me pick up. We left off. We were talking about the raid that took place. Some 300 agents, all the total involved. Some rappelling onto the roof. Now, Pappy, you were saying there were youngsters that were being sex trafficked, rescued in that operation, correct?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And the mayor comes out and says that ICE is pulling children out of their homes, separating them from their families.
Oh.
And he doesn't add that separating them from their fathers who are wanted for murder. Steve, I've mentioned this before. We arrest people every night. Put handcuffs on them and take them to jail. We separate them from their family.
Mm-hmm.
They committed a crime. Don't commit a crime. Don't commit a serious offense. Don't kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Or don't murder somebody, I should say. Steve, it seems to me Ronald Reagan laid off a bunch of air traffic controllers back in the day for refusing to come to work. Man, listen, I get what he was saying. But they're required to show up for work. It's just like me. I can't strike. Not allowed to. Get fired. Word has it some of them are talking about getting second jobs. That's why they're not showing up, to try to, and if the economy, which Trump is working on, if Biden wouldn't have put it in the tubes with inflation. Steve, I'll venture to guess air traffic controllers make some pretty good money. And they're living paycheck to paycheck like the rest of us do. And I stand with Vic on this. Absolutely not giving these illegal immigrants health care. Absolutely not. I don't care if, like he said, you shut the government down for 6 months, a year, forever. I don't care. Ain't happening. Steve, if an illegal immigrant shows up in the ER room because he was cutting the grass and a blade came off the lawnmower and whacked him in the leg, or if he's on the roof working, nailing shingles up, and he falls off the roof and gets a compound fracture to his leg, the emergency room is going to treat him.
Yes.
They're not going to turn him away. That's part of the reason we've talked several years ago about how all these, not like big hospitals, but they had all these local little emergency rooms across the border, along the border. I mean, we got one right out here in Harrison called the PAC Center. It's like your little ER room, right? If you just need to get some stitches, something of that nature. But a lot of them little ER rooms had to close down several years ago because all the illegals were treating it like a doctor's office and they couldn't sustain.
Mm-hmm.
They just had to flat out close down. But you'll get treated. They will get treated. And listen, man, we're not like the left, Steve. Who's this dude from Virginia running to be Attorney General of the state of Virginia?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this? He made a post that his opponent, he had to choose between Hitler or his opponent. Who should get 2 bullets in the head? Well, it should be his opponent. So we're not like them, Steve. If somebody, has got a severe laceration or a compound fracture to the leg, I say we treat them. We don't turn them away. We're not demons. What else is going on? Yeah, I mean, Portland's off the hook. Every night they're getting... Steve, they said there's snipers that have been shooting at that ICE detention center out in Portland. Just like they shot up the one in Texas. But Steve, it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. They want civil war. Trust me on that. I was watching a podcast, Sean Lyons. Remember watching him, Steve, when he was really a nobody, just starting up his podcast. He had a gentleman on there from NASA. Guess what they were talking about? Helium-3.
Oh, yeah?
We've been talking about this for years, Steve, on your show. I think I brought it up a few weeks back. So, Steve, I'm a big Pink Floyd lover, man. I need to chill out, man. Put the headphones on and put some Pink Floyd on. Dark Side of the Moon. Relax you right away. Well, guess what's going on the dark side of the moon? China's mining the moon, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
According to this guy, high level. He even said that an ounce of helium-3, what that is worth here on this planet, and we talked about it, whoever can mine the moon for this stuff,
right,
and get it back, owns the planet. And he said the reason they're doing it, and you touched on this too a few weeks ago, that all this AI generated, this quantum computing stuff, we don't have the electricity to cool these computers down. I know I'm speaking really general here because I'm not a computer guy. But the heat that they generate is just crazy. And they can't cool it down fast enough. Well, he is saying that helium-3 solves that problem. And whoever solves that problem, not only with the energy factor, but that can control the temperature on all this crazy quantum computing, owns the planet also. He said if this whole AI thing, if it's controlled by good people, it can do things for the planet and humanity that we can't even fathom. But if it's controlled by bad people, look out. For those who aren't familiar with this helium-3, apparently in the moon dust, which is like baby powder, the moon has no atmosphere like the Earth, so the sun's radiation hits that moon dust, right? Doesn't get filtered out by the atmosphere. And the amount of energy that they can extract from just a pound of that stuff is just like unbelievable. But the problem is getting it lifted off the moon and back to Earth. This guy said they know they're doing it. They just don't know how much they are able to get back in. But think of this, Steve. I mean, does China have men or women on the moon mining this, or is it all robotic, or what's going on here? And Sean Ryan fell out of his chair. He was like, what? Interesting stuff. I'll send you the link on Messenger. It's a short. It's not the whole. When he does interview, he does 2-hour interviews.
Right.
Right.
It's the kind of thing to me, though, that says,
and, this is just,
how would it be possible for China to be pulling something like that off, unbeknownst to us or the rest of the world? I have a hard time buying it.
Well, that's what Sean was actually saying. He said, we know they're doing it. We just don't know how much. You know, when things get launched into the atmosphere, we know it. When things come back into the atmosphere, we know it. We don't have eyes on the backside of the moon because we do not have that capability. We do not have satellites orbiting the moon to where we can see exactly what they're doing. But when they bring stuff back, we know they're bringing stuff back. And I guess his intel has it that that's what they're doing. And Trump knows about it. He knew about it in his first administration. That's why he created Space Force. And everything got put on hold, especially when Biden got in. But he said Trump is attempting to get the funds to get us back in space to where we need to be. He said, as far as the United States, nobody can compete against us when it comes to our satellites. Satellites around the world, around this earth, our weapons, fighter jets, nobody can compete against us. They can try, but they don't have the ability to produce the best that we got. And this could change a lot of things if what this guy is saying is true.
Right.
And if in the future they are able to do this, we could be in trouble. Real quick, I'll get off here. And I watched another quick little thing on Sean Ryan's show, and I saw this one before. It's kind of old. It's not old. It's about a year old. They had this female CIA operative and working with the CIA. I think I even told you about this, that it was a repeat, but I watched it again. She went on to say how there's at least, this is a year or two old, at least 1,000 to 1,400 Al-Qaeda operatives that have already been trained that are in our country, waiting to get the word. It's not like they have to be trained. They've already been trained, and they're sitting in here waiting, and they're willing to fight. Not that they're willing, they will fight to the death. There's no surrendering. All right, bud. Took enough of your time. October the 8th, 1992, I started with the sheriff's office, Steve. 33 years ago, my man.
33 today. Wow.
Time flies when you're having fun.
And I saw you said April of 2026 cannot come soon enough, right? Because that's when he'll hang up the badge. Hey, Philip, what's happening?
Not much. How you doing?
Back in the saddle, as they say. Doing all right.
Yeah, me too. I've been out last couple of days. Hey, I got some information for Pappy. We do have stuff on the backside of the moon. We got a big telescope called the James Webb, as well as we don't know what the U.S. Space Force has on the backside of the moon, because there's a little bitty shuttle up there right now that's flying around that's doing stuff that we don't know what it's doing. So I got a little bit of different opinion about that. And you talk about your government shutdown. I really didn't want to go into this because there's some other things to talk about tonight, but you realize that we are not paying attention to certain rovers and satellites and Explorer Voyager units and whatnot out there because of the government shutdown. There's parts of NASA that people are monitoring systems that have been furloughed. Now, the essential stuff is up there to keep things going, but we're not monitoring certain areas like we usually do. And that shutdown has caused that as well. I know that the European Space Agency and China are the only two nations that are monitoring this 3i thing right now, amongst all the little telescope guys that have got them around the world. We're not monitoring it as much. So just wanted to bring that out. That's food for thought. We are looking at the backside of the moon. We got a James Webb telescope that can be turned around at any time per the Space Force if they have to use it.
Gotcha.
We can use that at any time. The Chinese, to put something back from the moon, getting it up there to the moon is not the problem. Getting it back from the moon and getting it back down here, and you're talking about something that's big and huge, it's going to be coming back in. Everybody and their brother can see it on satellite, including you, Steve. So I don't know. I think that's kind of a conspiracy thing myself. Nothing happy, but I think that's kind of a conspiracy type of thing, talking about that kind of stuff. I mean, it can be done. Don't get me wrong. But to bring something back from the moon, as a lot of big portions of things, it takes a lot of stuff. And we've seen what it takes with Starship coming back. You can see it. It's going to be a lot. I don't think the Chinese are that far along. I don't. That's just my personal opinion. All this is my personal opinion, and I'll leave it at that. We got a new hurricane in town. Steve, do you see that?
On the Atlantic or Pacific side?
On the Atlantic side. We got Jerry that's out there right now. It's getting built up. And by the way, if anybody is anywhere from North Carolina up to New England, it looks like there's going to be a storm system that's going to be building over us in Florida. It's going to be shooting up the East Coast. That's going to have hurricane-type winds in it. It's not going to be tropical in nature. It's a hybrid storm. It's kind of like a nor'easter, but it's not coming from the northeast. It's going to be coming from the south. And it's going to be going up the coast. We're going to get our stuff on Thursday, and then it's going to build in Friday, and then Saturday and over the weekend it's going to be up around anywhere from Cape Hatteras up to Maine in that area. It's going to be a big area. It's going to be huge.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you've watched that on the weather or not. Now, there's something else I'm going to touch on. I got to look at the time here real quick. We've had a lot of accidents on I-4 here lately, Steve. And I don't know if you've heard about, I know that we had one the day before yesterday involved 2 semis, and that was the last one that I know of. But we had an incident over the weekend that actually killed a deputy administrator for Flagler County. Him and his wife were returning home, and somebody sideswiped, caused 3 fatalities in that. Actually, one guy was on a motorcycle, got killed. Besides those 2 people in their car, the guy they found the vehicle up in Flagler County. They're not sure what's going on with that one. And then Monday morning, we had a 91-year-old who drove between 2 bridges into the traffic down below and hit a young lady. He died. She survived. She was just driving in the turning lane, and a car came down and hit her in the front, and it flipped over and killed the gentleman inside of it. Then, the night before last, by the Lake Mary exit, we had 2 semis that were running close to each other. They didn't cause the accident because they're running close to each other, but we had a Tesla that had stopped in the center lane. The first truck avoided it, got around it, tried to get around it, went off into the ditch on the left side. The truck, let's see, let me get this right now. The first truck went to the right. The second truck went to the left, and when they all got together and collected up, they smashed the Tesla in the middle. And one truck was off the road, the other truck was on the right side of the road, and killed the gentleman in the Tesla. So we had a lot of stuff going on in I-4. I don't know if you've heard them stories or not, or seen any of that information, but, and then yesterday we had a kid on an e-bike over here by Epcot who got killed right by close to I-4. So, I mean, it's been crazy down here right now with these accidents on I-4. So everybody needs to pay attention to what's going on. Now, were the 2 trucks close together? I'm not sure. By what I'm seeing, though, we might be too close to each other following it down the road. The one truck went to the right, the other one went to the left, and the one on the left went off the road. His trailer swamped up the Tesla and put it right into the one that was on the right. So we got to be careful when we're out here on I-4. It is a dangerous road. Got a lot of people carrying speed. If your car breaks down, get it off the road. Just get it off. You think it's going to go down? I don't know what was going on with this Tesla. I don't know why this gentleman was stopped. Just like this 91-year-old gentleman. I don't know why he went down between the centers in the median and went off in between 2 bridges. I don't know why that happened. You know, they're still investigating. They don't know if they had a medical incident or if he had suicide on his mind or what was going on. But it's pretty rough down here the last few days. We had a lot of monsoonal rain on Monday. I'm kind of glad I was out sick, because I'm telling you what, the rain was terrible. It was bad. You know, I mean, it was almost like a tropical storm. So, but that's all I pretty much got, Bud. You have a good one. Thank you.
All right, Philip, thanks for the update. Yeah, well, too much speed out there on the roadways. 91 years old. I mean, first thing I'm thinking, probably a medical issue, right? That would be my first guess anyway. All right, when it comes to the tariffs on trucks, President Trump announcing on Monday that all medium and heavy-duty trucks imported to the U.S. will face a 25% tariff starting November 1, which is a significant escalation of his effort to protect U.S. companies from foreign competition. Now, last month, he said heavy truck imports would face new duties on October 1 on national security grounds, saying the new tariffs were to protect manufacturers from unfair outside competition, and that this would benefit companies like the PACCAR-owned Peterbilt in Kenworth, the Daimler truck-owned Freightliner. Under trade deals reached with Japan and the European Union, the U.S. has agreed to 15% tariffs on light-duty vehicles. It's not clear if they will face the rate for larger vehicles. The administration has also allowed producers to deduct the value of U.S. components from tariffs paid on light-duty vehicles that are assembled in Canada and Mexico. But larger vehicles, everything from delivery trucks, garbage trucks, public utility trucks, transit, shuttle, school buses, tractor trailers. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump thinks he knows why Democrats are dug in as the government shutdown continues.
This is like a kamikaze attack. They have nothing to lose.
While speaking at the White House, Trump again said the party has no leadership, while he has a mandate from the American voters. The federal government shutdown so far has lasted a full week. Republicans want a temporary stopgap bill to reopen the government and promise to negotiate on the expiring Affordable Care Act tax credits. Democrats don't believe Republicans will follow through. President Trump is highlighting America's strong ties with Canada as he met with Prime Minister Mark Carney at the White House. The two discussed trade and other key issues, with Trump saying he hopes to get some deals done.
We'll spend some time and we'll make some deals and we'll do some things that are good for both of our countries.
Canada is still looking to reach a new trade agreement after the U.S. imposed a 35% tariff on Canadian exports. Reports say Trump and Carney's relationship has strengthened since their last meeting. That's when Trump joked about making Canada the 51st state. A senator has asked Attorney General Pam Bondi if a Florida gun law raising the age to purchase a weapon could be applied nationally.
Senator Amy Klobuchar, condemning recent gun violence, asked AG Pam Bondi if the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act could become a federal law, reminding her that 18 to 20-year-olds commit gun homicides at over triple the rate of adults over 21.
The bill banned bump stocks, enacted red flag laws, and raised the minimum age to purchase a firearm in Florida from 18 to 21. And you actually defended the law in court from a challenge from the NRA.
Bondi said she couldn't comment on a federal version because the age to purchase a gun law is currently in litigation in Florida. Karen Curtis, Miami.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you a email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
The word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Senate Commerce Committee Chair Ted Cruz is requesting information on how Wikipedia maintains the online encyclopedia.
The Texas senator took aim at Wikipedia's reliable sources list, as well as how the Wikimedia Foundation distributes grant funding. Now Cruz is seeking information on how content is created and edited, how ideological bias is addressed, how it makes the reliable sources list, and how editors are removed or banned. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A teenager is stunned after a Build-A-Bear store manager in Washington State refused to print the name of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk on her plush toy's birth certificate.
It happened September 26th at the Build-A-Bear workshop inside South Center Mall. 16-year-old Edie McCormick wanted to make a bear in honor of the Turning Point USA founder who was assassinated last month, calling him a role model. After she finished making the custom bear, an employee refused to print Kirk's name on its certificate. Evie's mom, Amber, spoke with someone at corporate headquarters. They offered her a $20 gift card. She said now the goal is to try to prevent this sort of thing from happening to anyone else. I'm Monica Nelson.
A man used a flower pot to break into a Spokane bank.
The Spokane County Sheriff's Office says it happened on Saturday just before noon when the bank was closed. The bank's security saw the man on surveillance video. Deputies called for the man to come out, but he didn't comply. He eventually left the bank and was arrested. 44-year-old Richard Brown said he broke into the bank because he thought he heard someone inside. Brown was booked on burglary and malicious mischief charges. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Back at it here, hump day underway. Welcome in as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Thanks for being with us. Well, see if Plowboy hanging in there. What's going on?
Well, good morning. Yeah, we're trying to. A little bit cooler up there in the bright lights of Kansas City, Missouri. So, yeah, they're talking about could be down to lower than 50 in the morning, but I'm not quite ready for it, though, Steve. I heard you saying something about what Pappy was saying about the gold prices. I heard something day before yesterday. It just kind of got to me when I heard it. Southwest of here, a little town of Pratt, Kansas, topped the market, not in gold, but in the calf prices. I can't imagine my ears. 417 pounds. The damn little bastards are bringing $6.05 a pound. I mean, for one of them, that's cutting a check for $2,500 a piece. And the 8 weights, they're not any better. They're up there about $4.25, $4.35. It's just like, where is this going to end? I mean, this is just like four-legged gold nuggets or anything. This time of the year, that little four-legged thing could get sick and die, and all of a sudden you're SOL on that one and go on. But, I mean, it was just scary. Because I remember back when we seen $1 a pound, back in the 80s, and everybody was proud of it. I mean, like, I'll be danged if I'd ever thought I'd ever see this price, but this thing just here in this area, it's clear up in the Nebraska, Shadron area they were talking about earlier today also. And I mean, all I can say, better go with the prices you can get now and go get you a chest freezer and throw it full of hamburger, whatever your choice of meat is. And it's not going to get any cheaper that I can see for the near future, because right now it's crazy. But Steve, I was listening to your news program here a bit ago. I can't believe my ears. Did I hear right? Some young man was wanting I've never heard of it before, something called a Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, Build-A-Bear, where you go in and stuff your own little teddy bear.
And something about a certificate he was wanting, something like the name of Charlie Kirk put on it, or blah, blah, blah. And they must have been conservative people. Because I think I heard where they settled for something and a $20 gift certificate. I'm sorry. Have we not heard about the stories where somebody denied somebody that was on the wrong side of the life issues, and where they literally...
And I think Plowboy lost his signal there, and away he goes. All right, so maybe he'll check back in. 844-844-3388. A place I have no desire to go is like to scale Mount Everest. No desire. First, I'm not a cold weather fan. And it's never really warm on that mountain, right? But a lot of people in the last several days being trapped on a huge blizzard, they say, swept the slopes of Mount Everest over the weekend, trapping hundreds of climbers, forcing rescue workers to conduct high-altitude evacuations. The timing of the blizzard especially unfortunate because the fabled mountain was heavy with tourists during China's National Day holiday. The unexpected blizzard bathing the Himalayas with snow and rain starting Friday continued through the weekend. Conditions especially harsh on the eastern face of Mount Everest, which lies in the Chinese-occupied Tibet. China's 6-day National Day holiday commemorates the founding of the Communist People's Republic of China. It started last Wednesday. It's always a big season, they say, for travel and tourism. According to Chinese state media, traffic at major tourist destinations was especially heavy this year. The Chinese Communist government made a point of cracking down on native Tibetans and other restless populations in advance of National Day to facilitate tourism. According to local officials, no climbers were trapped by the blizzard on the Nepalese side of Mount Everest. The Chinese side's been experiencing a surge of tourism ever since the COVID restrictions were eased, while Nepal has been more cautious about permitting expeditions. Some Nepalese complain their government's too stingy about allowing climbers because it's a major source of revenue there. Others say the Chinese side has become dangerously overcrowded. Well, those fears seemed to come true Friday when up to 1,000 climbers were reportedly stranded at various points on Everest due to the sudden blizzard conditions. Some trapped at elevations above 16,000 feet. Sunday, rescue workers said they were in contact with about 200 hikers still trapped at high altitudes. 350 more had been recovered and escorted to a rally point in China's Tingri country, or county rather. The exact number of stranded climbers not known, but early estimates ranged as high as 1,000. I can't imagine that many trying to get up that mountain at the same time. Hundreds of rescue workers involved in a massive recovery effort, supported by villagers in the lower reaches of Everest, who helped to shelter and feed rescued climbers. Local villagers also pitched in with clearing snow away from some of the blocked trails. It was so wet, cold in the mountains. Hypothermia was a real risk. The weather this year, not normal, they say. One guide said he had never encountered this type of weather in October, and it happened all too suddenly. Other hikers interviewed by Reuters said they chose to head back down the mountain when the snow started to intensify. They didn't make it all the way down before crushing amounts of snow trapped them in their tents, causing tents to collapse. Several climbers treated indeed for hypothermia. But as of Monday afternoon, they're saying no fatalities reported from Mount Everest, which with that many trapped is very surprising. I know several months ago, I had printed up a story where Nepal was about to enact a new law to significantly restrict access to Everest. Growing concerns about climbers dying and overcrowding on the mountain. The proposed legislation was expected to limit Everest permits to climbers who had previously scaled at least one 7,000 meter, which would translate to 22,965 foot peak within Nepal. Obviously, Everest several thousand feet higher than that. That would make a big-time shift for the Himalayan nation, which has relied on climbing and tourism from foreign exchange, but looking to address the alarming death toll where overcrowding has been blamed for dangerous conditions in what they know as the death zone below the summit. In 2023, at least 12 climbers died, 5 others went missing. That was the year when Nepal had issued 478 permits. The death zone is an area above 26,247 feet. There's not enough oxygen for human survival. It's become notorious with long lines, queues of climbers, exacerbating the risk of exhaustion and frostbite that can obviously trickle down to overcrowding for other parts of the mountain. Now, Nepal's tourism industry, a cornerstone of their economy, facing a lot of criticism for allowing way too many inexperienced climbers to try to summit there. All right, under the proposed rules, climbers again have to provide proof of scaling a 7,000-meter peak before being granted a permit to attempt Everest. That would knock out many novice adventurers and thrill seekers from ever having the opportunity to attempt it. International expedition operators trying to push back, urging Nepal to accept a sense of any 7,000-meter peak globally, not just those in Nepal. It is 844-844-3388. Stuck on the mountain in a blizzard. No, thank you.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, coming up, we'll share a story that Brain Dead forwarded this my way this past day. Story they say it sounds like a storyline straight out of Hollywood. 2 semi-trucks carrying more than $1 million worth of Santo Tequila, a brand that was co-founded by the Food Network star Guy Fieri and former Van Halen frontman Sammy Hagar, vanishing on their way to the warehouse. But in this particular heist, there was no hijacking. The drivers were not in on it. So what happened to those 24,000 bottles of tequila? All right, the rest of the story, as they say, coming up. First, let's get to buckwheat here on a Wednesday. What's happening, buckwheat? Or maybe, is that Vic? I'm sorry, Vic, it's not buckwheat.
Yeah. No, but since you brought him up, I used to have to carry trailers up to Cardinal Trucking Company because it seemed like every time I carried one in, two of their drivers would hit a bridge in New York City. So we could never keep up with their trailer demand when he's talking about going into New York City. I admire him for doing that. I never want to do it. I always considered it foreign territory because the way they mark their bridges and everything else, if it's white, well, yeah, you can get underneath it. If it's yellow markings, you can. And it's just, you have to turn this way and that way. I used to have to go to JFK to pick up empty canisters for FedEx. And it was weird the way you had to get in there. But anyway, on to the other subject that I was talking about earlier tonight. You were talking about these whole gold prices. And somebody sent me something here a couple of days ago all about the Fed's war, the Federal Reserve's war with Trump and the buying of the gold and all that, but it was part of it. So I really never read the article. But the one thing I was wondering about on that gold was that I saw that if the Federal Reserve bought gold, that had to go to into the Treasury Department and into, some of our various vaults, Fort Knox and at one time the World Trade Center. And I was going to kind of trace that down to see if I could find out how much we were really supposed to have in our gold vaults, but kind of got sidetracked with some other stuff. And one of the things that got sidetracked with was, have you heard of the Super Truck 2 program that the Department of Energy and is going on with the various truck manufacturers, which basically boils down to cutting down the fuel consumption. And supposedly Kenworth came up with one that had almost 12 miles to the gallon. Peterbilt had a diesel electric, and there were a lot of things that were going on before Trump took office. And basically what happened was when Trump was talking about doing away with the Green New Deal, between the time he was elected and the time he took office, there were a lot of the major companies that started getting short of a lot of these minerals. Then all of a sudden, he gets elected and Trump gets elected and he gets off on this tariff deal, and it kind of threw a wrench into anything. And then he was fighting with Powell there at the Federal Reserve, and the central banks around the world started buying gold, and that just kind of, between the short covering and everything else, just kind of touched this whole thing off. And now everybody around the world is trying to mine gold. I don't know when it will stop or what might cause it to stop or anything else. But each day Trump kind of comes up with something new, and that you were talking about tariffs on the big trucks, and that was one of the things that this Super Truck 2 thing was doing. They were bringing in trucks from other parts around the world, and I don't follow farming equipment too much, but New Holland Farm Equipment, they actually came up with a tractor that would run on methane. So there were a lot of good things going on. Basically, it doesn't really require totally rebuilding the electric grid or anything of that nature. Mm-hmm. So long story short, I haven't a clue what's going to shake out of this, but I know we have a whole lot of better opportunities than just trying to make everything electric, because there's places where electric will do better, and there's places basically where the fossil fuels will do better. And it's like how are you going to keep up with your hours of service regulation if you have to stop and charge a battery for 2 hours? I mean, that's just one of the big things that's happened with the electrification, Green New Deal is what I was trying to think of. But back to what I was really talking about was this government shutdown thing. When the Affordable Care Act was passed, there's actually two separate bills, but I remember them very plainly saying these credits would only apply to American citizens, no non-citizens or anything of that nature. And also, if you're an American citizen, if you're on certain health care programs like Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Act, and you're not eligible for the Affordable Care Act. So what I'm trying to figure out is they keep talking about these credits are going to expire and that the Republicans are trying to do away with these subsidies. And I don't really see what they're trying to do with the subsidies, but I didn't follow that big, beautiful bill, but I knew that they made sure that they weren't offering any incentives for illegals to come to this country. And I'm trying to get an idea of exactly what they're talking about, because also what they also have affected in that big, beautiful bill, they're trying to do away with that. That was rural health care costs. And just to tell you real quick, I have a nephew that he never got a lot of education, doesn't have a really good paying job, but it's at a country club and working in the kitchen and everything else. But somehow, some way, a few years back, he got kicked off of Medicaid. I don't know how it was, but he needed a hernia operation. Mm-hmm. He's still working, but he's not back on Medicaid, so he can't get the operation that was scheduled almost, close to a year ago now. So I'm really curious, who are the Democrats concerned about? But I don't know how many other situations are out there like that, and I don't know what led to him getting, kicked off Medicaid, because I know it wasn't making money. But there was some administrative procedure that people were supposed to do. I remember a lot of them were upset about that. So when I look at this whole government shutdown thing, I'm just curious how much the Democrats are really just trying to do away with the conditions in that bill that was passed, and because this whole Affordable Care Act thing, that's just whatever you want to call it, a red herring, a big leaf, whatever. Because if you read the Affordable Care Act, both provisions, it basically said if you couldn't afford and you were eligible for the Affordable Care Act, they would give you credits to make sure that you could get this health care.
Right.
Or more, I should say.
And the expiration of the expiration date at the end of this year, that was the sunset, because technically some of these things were supposed to expire when COVID ended, and COVID is definitely over, right?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The federal government shutdown has hit the 1 week mark. It's now the fourth longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats need to come to their senses and help end this stalemate.
We only have 53 Republicans, so we have to have a handful of Democrats who will wake up and do the right thing and stop inflicting pain on the American people so that they can score political points.
Essential federal workers, including 1.3 million active duty troops, are still on the job but unpaid, with their first missed paycheck expected October 15th. Social Security checks are still going out. Food assistance continues as funds allow, and the Postal Service remains open. Immigration courts also remain active under President Trump's national emergency declaration. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We help drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at DieselPowerGroup.com and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thanks for being with us as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Pump Tank coming our way. All right, back to Vic. Welcome back, Vic.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there. Yeah, you brought up a point there that about the COVID budget and all that. That's the other thing, too. It appeared that the budget process was getting ready to get back the way it should. They went through the appropriations and all that. And that's what Speaker Johnson, well, all of them were trying to get to was just get the government opened up again and to work and service people, and they can go back to the appropriations process properly. And then they can look at all these things that the Democrats saying, they don't agree with or do agree with and all that, to where we basically get back on track as a country and do the actual budgeting process. And it appears the Democrats are too anxious to do that. And I didn't keep up with that too much today either, but I know that the industry is having difficulty now. They're kind of getting backed up in certain airports, and they're having to, I think that's the term. I keep wanting to say stop work orders, but that's the wrong term. But, where the FAA comes out and says it's too congested here, you can't, bring any more flights into this area, so you ground them in other places. And that's just going to continue to get worse. So I really don't know, other than what the Democrats are trying to achieve, other than a political goal of making sure that Trump is totally wrapped up in all this, I guess you would say, peripheral issues, so they can't really get to the heart of the stuff that goes clear back actually to the Obama administration and all the money he pumped into the government. And a lot of that still isn't paid. But the big thing was the Affordable Care Act. And I guess a lot of people made a lot of money out of that. But the other thing I would mention real quick before I get off here, in the Bible, in Revelation says when you see blood on the moon, you'll know the time is nigh. And I don't keep up with the space stuff like Philip and them does. But supposedly, along with that rock or whatever it is that's out there, they picked up a planet that's heading toward Earth, and it's growing as it goes through space by picking up space dust. So I don't know if you've really seen anything about that or anything else. And the very last thing is that with that Gaza-Israeli war, actually that goes clear back to the land of Canaan and David and Goliath, and also there's a group of Jewish mystics called the Essenes, and those were the ones that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, what's going on out there, that's kind of off into the esoteric stuff. But as for here and now, the government is so much a part of the economies around the world that you can't have a government shut down, and the central banks around the world have decided to buy gold. Some of the African countries that were in bad shape with their currencies, now their currencies are worth more. And there's just a whole lot of things that one thing relies on another. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the African countries owed a lot of money to the Western banks. Maybe that's a way to make it better. You can guess any which way, but for right now, everybody has gold fever, and where it's going to stop, nobody knows. But it got kicked off with people thinking that Trump was going to do away with the Green New Deal, and there wouldn't be a great need for metals, and people got short a little bit too quickly. So with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Vic, thank you for checking in. Have a great morning. As far as the shutdown is concerned, House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's skeptical that this is going to be resolved this week, even as Republicans press for daily votes. Public pressure begins to mount. He said, I hope it ends this week, but I'm doubtful. Adding he expects the Democrats to drag it out a little bit further to try and make their point. The shutdown squeezing federal agencies, threatening furloughs, delays in service. Of course, now that leaves lawmakers trading blame back and forth. Democrats repeatedly refuse to advance the simple funding resolution sent over by the House that would have kept the government running through November 21. Johnson arguing that some Senate Democrats privately want an exit from this impasse because they fear the political and the economic fallout, but they're simultaneously terrified of angering the far left flank of the party. Johnson said, I can tell you, there are a number of Senate Democrats that are terrified of the situation. They've painted themselves into a corner. They do not want the government shutdown because they know real people are experiencing real pain. They will ultimately be blamed for it because we're going to continue to put them on the record. They're voting to shut down the government. Republicans voting to open it. Those are the facts. As former President John Adams said, facts are stubborn things. So I think the longer it drags on, people are going to look to see who's actually casting these votes. They can't hide from that. They want a way out. They're terrified of the far left fringe of the base. The Marxists are rising up. Johnson reiterated the Republican position that the House did the work, passing a 24-page continuing resolution back on September 19 to avoid a shutdown. He said reopening has to come before negotiations over policy changes like these health care subsidies, accusing the mainstream media of repeating over and over the Democrat talking points, pledging continued Republican messaging to put the Democrats on the record as the shutdown continues. They said the rest of the story. Where did those 24,000 bottles of tequila go? Turns out international crime groups have found new ways to infiltrate the global supply chain online to steal hundreds of millions of dollars of goods. Last November, Guy Fieri got a crash course in the sophisticated high-tech crime that's roiling the trucking industry and the U.S. businesses that rely on it. Fieri said, my mind is swimming in exactly how do you lose, that many thousands of bottles of tequila. The tequila started out like every other Santo batch in western Mexico, where it was distilled and bottled. From there, it was trucked to the U.S.-Mexico border, went through customs, and was unloaded in Laredo. Santo doesn't have its own delivery trucks. They rely on a logistics company to hire trucking companies to ship their tequila. The day after the tequila arrived in Texas, it was moved into 2 semi-trucks that were supposed to head to the Santo Tequila warehouse in Lansdale, Pennsylvania. It was due at the warehouse on Wednesday. It never arrived. The logistics company told Santo there was a slight delay due to a water pump cooler problem with the truck. Well, Friday, 2 days after the shipment was supposed to arrive, Butkus was told there was more than just a water pump issue with the truck. The logistics company emailed a video they said that they'd received of a broken down semi with a note that says, looks like the issue's larger than he thought. Mechanics advised the truck would be fixed Saturday. He says he can deliver Sunday, but I know y'all are closed, so he can be there first thing Monday. Still, not alarmed at that point. Delays like this are not uncommon, and GPS tracking monitored by the logistics company showed the truck near Washington, D.C., where it was supposed to be on its route to Pennsylvania. Then Monday rolls around. We get an email that the truck is close. GPS says it's within a couple miles of our warehouse in Lansdale. Can you let us know when it arrives? But the tequila never arrived in Pennsylvania. That's when he called Fieri and told him his 2 truckloads were lost. Well, they say here's what happened. The logistics company that worked for Santo hired a trucking company. That trucking company outsourced the job to 2 other trucking companies who then hired drivers. It's a bit of a tractor-trailer shell game known as double brokering. It happens more often than you might think. Yeah, the problem is those second trucking companies were fake. They were fronts for criminals, complete with phony letterheads, email addresses, phone numbers to appear legitimate. Those emails about the mechanical issues, the video of a broken down semi, the GPS tracking, they were all fake. All part of an elaborate ruse set up to buy time and steal the cargo. That's when Keith Lewis was brought in, a former cop who runs operations for Versic CargoNet, the company that works with law enforcement to solve these kind of crimes. According to Lewis, U.S. businesses lost more than $230 million in goods last year to cargo theft. It's very common. It happens multiple times every day. He began to put together the pieces, how this heist was pulled off. Criminals created fake online profiles of trucking companies, bid on jobs they suspected might be valuable, and hired unsuspecting drivers online. Then instead of sending the drivers to the Santo warehouse in PA, they remotely redirected them to take the shipment west all the way to Los Angeles. Yeah, though it might seem suspicious, Lewis said the drivers had no idea they were being directed by criminals. They thought they were taking a legitimate load to a legitimate location. This entire heist was orchestrated online, which means finding the mastermind was going to be tough. There's no suspect description. There's no fingerprints to follow. In matter of fact, the masterminds don't even need to be in the same country. He said, we have tracked them to over 40 different countries around the world. Investigators say the tequila theft had all the characteristics of a criminal gang that operates out of Armenia, 7,000 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. That's where the tequila was last seen. This kind of theft, where the criminals remotely redirect cargo to steal it, has spiked 1,200% in the last 4 years. He said, if you think about online dating, for example, you can be anywhere in the world and set up a date with somebody. It's the same thing in the supply chain these days. We don't do business face-to-face anymore. We don't have hand-to-hand transactions. We're doing all this business by a PDF file and rate confirmations online. Yeah, there you go. The rest of the story.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The official numbers say it's 5. Count them, 5 consecutive months now with 0 immigrants being allowed into the interior of the U.S. September 5 months. 0 releases by the Border Patrol along the southwest border. By the way, that number was 9,144 releases September of last year. The elimination of the federal government's catch and release policy. A massive victory for the Trump administration, particularly after former President Biden blew the pipeline wide open with a network. As we know, under Joe, it was an estimated millions of migrants released into the interior over a 4-year period. That was the Catch and Release Network, aided by several non-governmental organizations with a financial stake in getting as many migrants into the interior of the U.S. as possible, as their federal contracts and their budgets depended on it. Last year, for instance, the Alliance for a Safe Texas issued a bombshell report that revealed how the Biden administration funneled nearly $800 million to Catholic Charities USA to help facilitate the illegal immigration pipeline. Now, also under Trump, Homeland Security officials note fiscal year 2025 ended with the fewest southern border crossings in 55 years. Less than 238,000 in the last 12 months. 5 consecutive months of none being released into the interior of the U.S. Well, hello there, blind man.
Hello, Steve. Well, let me tell you a mountain story. My sister, when she lived in Juneau, Alaska, she and her friends would take a portable TV, climb up one of the mountains, and watch the Seattle TV stations. So that was really neat. And I knew a couple of other friends of mine did the same thing in Colorado, where they climbed up a mountain to get the Denver stations.
Really?
So I thought that was really neat. About the Democrats, we're never going to have any peace until we get a handle on the illegal aliens. That's their voting base. And since Trump is interfering with their voting base, that's why they're having a fit. It's obvious they care more about the illegal aliens than they do with the rest of us. And I don't know how long this shutdown is going to last, but if Trump is going to make his move, he might as well do it, cut out all these wasteful programs from the past, such as the Green New Deal, as it was called,
right,
and other wasteful programs. So I hope he sticks to his guns.
I'm confident he will, blind man.
That's good, and I'm glad he's sending troops into Chicago and Portland, Oregon, clean up that so-called mess.
Yeah.
It's just the Democrats have just turned into a Marxist organization, and we're just not going to have any peace until they're defeated in the midterms next year.
All righty, blind man. Well, yep, I don't know. It looks more and more like, especially if the people catch on to the fact of what is causing the government shutdown, and the more it's prolonged. As we just mentioned, that's the concern of some Democrats, that may hinder their possible reelection. Meanwhile, quick like as we will roll toward newsbreak, top of the hour, the Trump administration expected to announce a bailout for farmers being stung by these trade disputes and big harvests, especially for the soybean farmers, with an initial outlay potentially up to $15 billion, according to several sources. Now, this could be difficult to roll out as the partial government shutdown prevents this kind of congressional action needed to approve this sort of a large payout, and government reserves falling short. Farmers generally support President Trump, but have pressed his administration for trade deals as China continues to spur the soybean purchases amid these tit-for-tat tariffs, and a record corn harvest threatening to sink farmer profits in that category. Republican lawmakers warned farmers facing financial calamity if they don't receive some assistance by the end of the year. Treasury Secretary said last week the White House would announce aid for farmers on Tuesday. So that would have been yesterday. I haven't seen the official. Did that actually get announced? I'd have to double check. One of the sources said this would be somewhere between $10 and $15 billion to bridge farmers through the harvest months. Could be followed by more aid. The funds would go to soybean farmers affected by the China trade spat, as well as other types of commodity farmers. Details not really determined. Department of Agriculture spokesperson said farmers are benefiting from lower taxes, trade deals, and updates to farm programs included in the tax cut and spending bill. All right, news break just ahead here. Rolling into our final hour just ahead at 844-844-3388. Don't forget, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com to learn more. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The federal government shutdown has hit the 1-week mark. It's now the 4th longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats need to come to their senses and help end this stalemate.
We only have 53 Republicans, so we have to have a handful of Democrats who will wake up and do the right thing and stop inflicting pain on the American people so that they can score political points.
Essential federal workers, including 1.3 million active duty troops, are still on the job but unpaid, with their first missed paycheck expected October 15th. Social Security checks are still going out. Food assistance continues as funds allow, and the Postal Service remains open. California's Democratic Senator Alex Padilla is accusing the Trump administration of weaponizing the Justice Department.
The Department of Justice has pulled resources away from organized crime, away from counterterrorism, away from the protection of civil rights to focus on immigration.
He went after Attorney General Pam Bondi during a Capitol Hill hearing, accusing her of playing politics when she fired U.S. Attorney Michelle Beckwith. The Sacramento area prosecutor was removed from office after expressing concern about the administration's approach to immigration raids. A key Democrat is standing behind the Virginia Attorney General candidate that described a hypothetical shooting of a former State House Republican. Virginia Senator Tim Kaine says he's known Democratic nominee Jay Jones for decades, and his comments are not in character.
And he has apologized. I wish other people in public life would sincerely apologize for stuff. So no, I still am a supporter.
Jones says he regrets sending the 2022 text about the then Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert and has since apologized to Gilbert's family. President Trump has urged Jones to drop out of the race. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez is due back in court next month to face felony battery charges following that strange incident in Indianapolis over the weekend.
Sanchez was supposed to appear in court Tuesday, but the hearing was pushed back. The New York Post has video, it claims, shows the Fox Sports analyst stumbling down the street and clutching his torso shortly after he allegedly picked a fight with a truck driver. Meanwhile, the truck driver, 69-year-old Perry Toll, is suing Sanchez and the Fox Corporation, saying the drunken attack left him permanently disfigured. I'm Kristen Marks.
Snoqualmie Pass in Washington State closes every year for several hours during heavy snowstorms, so crews can reduce the risk of an avalanche.
A new system will help reduce the amount of time I-90 is closed for avalanche control. WashDOT's been using a World War II-era howitzer artillery gun to manage the avalanche risk, but that required closure of the freeway for at least 6 hours. The legislature funded a new system that's powered by solar panels. It allows remote control. A similar system at Stevens Pass has been successful. I'm Brad Ford.
A new report suggests half of America's sandy beaches will be gone by the end of the century.
The Surfrider Foundation's 2025 State of the Beach report says California beaches will be harder hit, with 70% disappearing by 2100 due to climate-driven rising sea levels. The foundation points out that erosion of sandy beaches is normal and expected, but climate change is intensifying that process. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That final hour underway as we roll into midweek. Hump Day coming our way, 8th day of October. Yeah, we're going to get things underway this hour. What do you say we talk some tires? Anyone that owns a truck, obviously busy. The business expenditures to operate into fuel cost, typically number one. Driver compensation. Tires can be very costly. For several months now, we've been talking about hearing from our friends at SpeedMax. I believe Eduardo's on the line. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing well. All right. Ready for a brand new day here. What kind of weather you got down in your neck of the woods?
That's awesome. First of all, thanks for having me here. And we are here to talk a little bit about SpeedMax. We are the truck tires for the working class, you know?
Absolutely. Well, tell me a little bit about SpeedMax. Where did the brand originate? Yeah, how long you guys been around? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, awesome. So the brand originated about 10 years ago, in 2016. It was originated in South America, in Brazil, and we brought it to United States 7 years ago. And today we have about a little bit more than 10,000 tires sold in U.S. soil. So if we get word around, a little bit over 100,000 tires for trucks every month.
So a growing brand in the market here. Tell me a little bit about SpeedMax. What sets your tires apart from some of the other brands? There's always tons of various competition out there. What about your build quality, the durability of SpeedMax?
Yes, that's a great question, Steve. That's a great question. Everyone that asks me that, I have the same answer. We are the best cost per mile. And meaning that is we invest a lot in technology, in the rubber compound to have safety and a great cost per mile for our truck drivers. That's what set us apart.
Mm-hmm. So I see it says here you offer like an 8-year warranty. That's pretty extensive. That's rather rare in the tire industry, does it not?
Yes. Actually, we were the first ones to do it. And that proves how confident we are in our product. We have a product that's quality as a Michelin, but the price, it's incredible. So we have 8-year warranty for all Pro Max tires because we trust them, because we know that you're going to trust them as well.
Can you tell me exactly like what does the warranty cover, for instance?
Yes. Any factory issue, any default, anything that is not usual for a tire to blow out or for something that happens. So that's everything that we cover. If you get a nail, it's a little bit hard to cover that, but we try to do our best to help our partners.
So there's a whole lot of different sizes and applications when it comes to tires for any sort of vehicle. Maybe give us a little idea what kind of sizes, what kind of applications do you guys offer?
Yes. We are in the market for all trucking sizes, all commercial sizes. So if we talk about 17.5 up until 11Rs, 385s, 4.25s. So we are in the market for all commercial truck sizes. We offer only truck tires right now, but we are developing a few lines for pickup SUVs for next year as well.
Okay, so working on...
for application-wise... Yeah, sorry, Steve. Just to finish, for application-wise, everything. If you have a heavy duty, if you are out of the road, or if you have a long haul, you're doing cross-country, we offer all of that.
So there's different formulations, I guess you'd say, different compounds. If you're going to be a long haul versus what they call regional, you offer all the different types?
Correct. Just to give you an example, we have our secret formula, right? Our secret recipe, but also involves a lot of carbon black and other key, other key pigments and products that we can mix and make our secret formula to have a long-lasting tire.
So as we know, with so many different variations to choose from, so much competition, for a driver that might be kind of hesitant to switch bands or give SpeedMax a try, how would SpeedMax deliver better value for them over time?
So first of all, we have a lot of consultants here that are made to help the end user, the truck driver, the owner operator. So first of all, we consult our customers and we understand what they need. So then we can offer one of our lines. SpeedMax has 4 lines. So we have from the budget until the high tier 1, for example. So understanding what the customer needs, we can offer what is going to be the best for him. And in our 4 lines, we have different applications and qualities and prices.
So when it comes to maybe looking to make the switch to SpeedMax, you say you offer support or guidance for fleets or owner operators maybe to looking to change?
Yes, definitely. We have over 30 sellers that are trained to understand the fleets, to understand the needs. They're trained for especially U.S. market, so we can recommend what's best for him. And also we have our managers available to do a visit on field If you are in New England area, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Atlanta, we are able to go there and visit you to understand your fleet, understand your needs and your pain, so then we can help you have a long mileage on your tires and your truck so you can save some money.
Give me a little bit of a feeling of, for some of those who have made the switch, you're selling 100,000 a year in the U.S. market. What kind of feedback do you hear from some of those drivers who've actually made the switch to SpeedMax?
We have customers very, very happy. I would say that all of our customers, they come back because they know the value of our tires. Especially in the market right now that we are seeing, we are facing a lot of difficulties, and not everyone has money in their pockets, and it's understandable. So we want to save this money that we have and offer the best quality for the money. So that's why our customers come back. They feel safe, they feel trust, and they want to keep the brand and the relationship. At the end of the day, it's not just a product. If you buy SpeedMax, you're buying a relationship, you're buying guidance, you're buying some help as well.
Mm-hmm. So the big question, where do you find SpeedMax tires around the country?
So you can go online and type SpeedMax tires and find one of our partners around. Or also, if you are in New England area, we have a warehouse in Connecticut, one in Jersey, one in Atlanta. And we are opening very soon in Florida and North Carolina as well for next year.
Okay. I had a note that SpeedMax tires, apparently you actually use them in Formula Truck, as they call it, in Brazil. That would be considered like a high performance, high stress environment, right?
Oh yes. If you put on YouTube now Formula Truck, you're gonna get crazy, because this is something that I never saw before. It's truck doing 100 miles per hour. They're racing trucks. Mm-hmm. Okay, they're racing on the whole Brazil. There are 10 stops in the year, and SpeedMax tires are the official sponsor for it, and the official tires use it. So that shows that our tires, they can stand the heat, the speed, they have durability, they have safety. So I believe that's the best test if you have a truck that you can see it, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's very fascinating. So that does say, I mean, you got to have durability, you got to have quality engineering if you're going to use a product especially in a racing sort of atmosphere.
Yes, and it really pushes the tire to the edges, and when you see the performance that it gives, it's surprising.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned the best way to find is go to the website. Is it speedmax.com? Is that your official website?
It's speedmaxtires.com. That's our brand website. Also, we have some partners that distribute them in the whole United States. We have a very strong partner, which is digitire.com. DIGI-tire.com. That's our official distributor in United States.
Digitire.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And the main point here is that we are the best cost per mile. We are the best cost per mile for your truck, for your pocket, and we guarantee that.
Mm-hmm.
We also have tires here, Steve, doing 300,000 miles for long-haul companies.
Do you offer
for the price of an Asian tire?
Okay. Do you offer a compound that would be, I guess you'd say, for like for the refuse, the trash haulers, or people that are maybe out on in the oil fields on very rough terrain? Do you offer tires for that kind of an application?
Yes, definitely we do. We have many companies that are trash haulers, very, very heavy haulers, and they are very satisfied with our product, and very happy. Also because one of the problems is it's not about the durability, but if the tire can hold enough weight. Mm-hmm. And I understand that, and our tires are proven that they can hold the weight.
Very good. Well, Eduardo, I appreciate you taking the time. I guess it's a very early morning where you are, correct?
Okay. Correct. We are all over trying to make it happen. So sometimes we're in Asia, sometimes we're in South America, sometimes North America. But at the end of the day, we keep the tires rolling, and we are offering the best cost per mile for your trucks.
Excellent.
I really appreciate the call, Steve, the opportunity to be here, and thank you very much for everyone here that is listening to us, and have a great day.
Thank you so much for taking the time out, getting up bright and early this Wednesday morning. He's actually in Brazil, which I think they're about an hour ahead of us. I think it's 5 o'clock, after 5 o'clock in the morning there. Up and at 'em, get the day started. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Meanwhile, the outrage continues. For some in Chicago, after the actual dispatch audio was released. Orders to kind of stand down rather than going in to assist federal agents. Chicago Attorney John Garrido says, the local police, the department may have actually broke state law by issuing that stand down order on a uniformed officer in distress. The federal agents surrounded called 911 emergency services. Gerardo said Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson is the one that ordered the Chicago police to stand down when ICE called for help. He said what happened on that day should disturb every law enforcement professional. An ICE vehicle forced off the road on the south side of Chicago, crashing. The offender fled on foot. ICE calls for assistance. The 9th District's captain, beat number 999, did exactly what any good supervisor should do. He ordered cars to respond check for injuries, document the crash, render assistance. Moments later, about a block away, an ICE agent called out that they were being surrounded and boxed in by a mob. A clear officers need assistance sort of situation. Again, the 9th District Captain ordered units to respond, but before they could arrive, that same captain came back over the radio and said, per the Chief of Patrol, officers were to stand down and not respond to assist those ICE agents. Now, he said, let's be clear here. The Illinois Trust Act, 5 ILCS 805, and Chicago's Welcoming City Ordinance, chapters 2 to 173, prohibit local officers from assisting in civil immigration enforcement, such as detaining someone solely for immigration status. Absolutely nothing in those laws prohibit officers from responding to an emergency, rendering medical aid, or protecting life and property. And matter of fact, under Illinois law, 720 ILCS 5:7-15 and 5:7-16, every peace officer has a duty to render aid and duty to intervene to prevent harm or injury when it is safe to do so. To order officers to actually ignore a call for help from fellow law enforcement, any law enforcement, it's not just a violation of basic ethics, he says. It's gross incompetence, dereliction of duty, and possibly even criminal if harm resulted. Now, he said, in my 32 years of service with the Chicago Police Department, I've never, ever heard anything this egregious. No badge should ever be told to turn their back on another officer in distress, period. And in federal agents, immigration and customs enforcement, they are all another officer. They are law enforcement personnel, although it be it a different jurisdiction per se, they're federal. All right, so we'll see where that goes. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, looks like, that would be a bit of positive news as we are way past the point of any debate that there's a truck parking problem in the country. Action that addresses the problem is what we need, and Pennsylvania apparently moving in that direction with a recent announcement they're going to add more than 1,200 truck parking spaces at 133 locations across the state by the end of next year. Also, the Pennsylvania Turnpike evaluating the potential for another 600 truck parking spaces across their system. Pennsylvania DOT said that their first statewide expansion of designated truck parking spaces, other than facility construction projects, they will be located on interstate on-ramps with no sight distance or safety concerns, way stations used for Pennsylvania State Police, motor carrier safety enforcement, various other locations within the highway right-of-way, they tell us. PennDOT Secretary Mike Carroll said, truck parking is a nationwide issue. As a commercial driver's license holder, I know how important this is to our economy and our workforce. Adding these spots and looking at ways to add even more, we are giving truck drivers more options to safely park and meet their rest requirements in the state of Pennsylvania. All right, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit TEL360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The federal government shutdown has hit the 1 week mark. It's now the 4th longest in U.S. history. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats need to come to their senses and help end this stalemate.
We only have 53 Republicans, so we have to have a handful of Democrats who will wake up and do the right thing and stop inflicting pain on the American people so that they can score political points.
Essential federal workers, including 1.3 million active duty troops, are still on the job but unpaid, with their first missed paycheck expected October 15th. Social Security checks are still going out. Food assistance continues as funds allow, and the Postal Service remains open. Immigration courts also remain active under President Trump's national emergency declaration. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 91 points, the S&P 500 dropping 25 points, and the Nasdaq fell 153 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Don't get stuck.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I gotta pay attention. Hit the wrong magic twanger there. All right, welcome back. And I headed down the home stretch, as they say, around in third, headed toward home. Speaking of which, I haven't heard from a buddy, Rick Friend, in a while. Hope Rick's doing all right. All right, John is on board. John Ferguson. Hello to Daniel this morning. Daniel said, all I know is this artificial intelligence technology, everything that's been going on, the computers and stuff. Well, I remember the book 1984. I just hope my couch doesn't look like Nancy Pelosi. Ugh! Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Drummer Girl just made it back to Bethlehem, PA. 66 degrees, raining. They tell us tomorrow night we got a freeze watch. We might drop to 26 degrees. Yep. They said it's going to be much cooler behind this cold front. And hello to 5-7. Good to have you with us. Copy the mail. Go Navy. Up and at 'em. Meanwhile, Eagle back on board. Welcome back, Eagle. What's up?
Okay, yeah, Steve, I wanted to get back to some of this immigration stuff again when it comes to the truck driving before I get back to the ICE. You know, with these new regulations, like I say, Oklahoma has always been a bad state for truck drivers. On Interstate 40, coming in or out of Oklahoma, Oklahoma don't cut you no slack, whether you're coming in from the west side or coming in from the east out of Texas, or coming in from, from the other side of Oklahoma. The scales are usually open 24 hours a day. Most scales nowadays, in where I drive at, most of the states I'm in, the scales are closed at night. Once it gets dark, 7, 8 o'clock, they're usually locked up. But Oklahoma, that's the reason why they busted so many drivers, over 200 people driving illegal. And you know the bad part about it, like I told you, Steve, they was talking about it again today. You know, some of these states that issue these guys driver's license ought to be ashamed of themselves. They talking about one I told you last week. Some guy was driving around with a license said unidentified driver on the damn license. Can you believe that they would give somebody a license with no name on it? That's really sad that a guy's driving around with a license with no name on the thing. But that's what some of these states like California and New York State did. And you saw the problems that we had with all the reckless driving, people that shouldn't have been on the road, and they slowly but surely getting. They had an accident a couple of days ago. You can clearly look at the driver and see that he was out of shape. Big fat guy. I forgot what state it was in. How he passed the DOT physical, I still don't know. And that's another thing. Well, they're already cracking down on the DOT's physicals. You don't see too many fat drivers anymore driving trucks. They putting a lot of them guys out of business because a lot of them guys have sleep problems and they falling asleep behind the wheel. Either they have diabetes or high blood pressure. That's another thing that gets you off the road. So there's a lot of things that's getting people off the road now in the truck driving industry that wasn't going on when I started, back in the 90s. A lot of people getting disqualified. And like I said, the main thing, is the reading and the writing of English. A lot of those boys are out of work because they were driving illegally in America. And a lot of these scales now, Steve, they stopping the trucks on the scale, especially in Arkansas. When I came through there a couple of days ago, they stopping trucks on the scale, and a man walked out with a clipboard, and he asks you to read and write, look at the paper and read and make sure you understand how to speak and read English. He didn't stop my truck, but there was trucks in front of me that got stopped, and they definitely checking in Arkansas, and I know they're doing it in Oklahoma. So anybody going through there, you better make sure you got your paperwork and everything in order, because they are definitely checking in Arkansas. Now, as far as the situation with the ICE people, again, Steve, this guy up there in Chicago is really a headache. He's almost as bad as the knucklehead out in California. Now they talking about they got what do they call it, an ICE-free zone in Chicago, where ICE units are not supposed to go to pick up people or do work. I've never heard of something so outrageous in my life. This like another caller said, it's hard to believe, Steve, that this man is defending criminals and trying to protect people that are in this country illegally. Pritzker ought to be ashamed. And I got bad news for him, Steve. I understand that he thinks that he might throw his name in the hat for 2028 for the presidential run. Well, I got real bad. What he's doing in Chicago right now, he's already disqualified himself. Ain't nobody in their right mind gonna vote for that big fat piece of garbage in 2028. He can't even run Chicago, and he got the nerve to think that he could be president of the U.S., just like the loser out there in California. Both of them, as far as I'm concerned, with what they doing, Steve, with the immigration and the way that they're trying to impede progress, both of them have disqualified themselves from even being in the running, at least in my book, for 2012. I wouldn't vote for those. I wouldn't vote for neither one of them. If they was the only people on the ballot, I wouldn't vote for neither one of them. So they can do what they want to do, but if they think they're going to be president in 2020, Gavin Newsom or him, they can forget about it. Just like Chris Christie, the other fat boy up there in New Jersey. He learned his lesson the hard way, and he ain't going to be president either, because nobody in their right mind is going to vote for people that don't even protect their own citizens, Steve. It's sickening and disgusting. Every time I see that guy on TV talking about that he doesn't need help from the federal service. And one other thing, I want to give one vote of congratulations to we got a real governor down here in Texas, Steve, Greg Abbott. He is sending his people, Texas National Guard, to Chicago. A plane of those guys landed in Chicago yesterday and the day after that. Like I said, this man here, he gets the job done. We got a great governor in the state of Texas, and I guarantee you won't see him on TV talking bad about the National Guard and people that actually want to protect this country. And that you want to talk about a guy who could be a future president. Maybe Greg Abbott could throw his name in the hat before a fat boy up there in Chicago. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, there you go. Eagle, first thing he brought up, though, was the cracking down on the English language proficiency. I saw one report stating that, what are they trying to get them to read? Yeah, it said something like a child's book. I don't know if it's like Dick and Jane, See Spot Run. That I don't know if that was true or not, but that would be fast and funny if it was. But of course, Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary, on the heels of that emergency order, 2 Fridays ago, requiring states to stop issuing or renewing non-domiciled commercial driver's license, ending a widespread practice in many states of issuing CDLs to non-citizens without employment-based visas, or even extending them well beyond the expiration of a work visa. Over the past few years, motor carriers have increasingly hired drivers with non-domiciled CDLs. These drivers have been attractive hires because they accept wages below those of their American counterparts. They're willing, in many cases, to violate hours of service rules with no fear of repercussion. Many of them are individuals who might otherwise be homeless. They're prepared to live in their trucks, as living conditions in their home countries are oftentimes worse than living in a truck cab. A significant number of these drivers hail from Eastern Europe or the Indian subcontinent. Trucking firms frequently owned and operated by foreign individuals, developing a compelling business model, which is import drivers from their home countries, pay them below average wages, have them operate nearly nonstop. While those working conditions are grueling for anyone, they're often preferable to the conditions they'd have back home. And of course, the wages, as low as they are here in America, far exceeding what they would earn in their home country. Plus, since these drivers live in their trucks, housing and personal transportation costs virtually eliminated. That model has become highly effective. Now, while much of the industry has endured the deepest downturn in history, these operators have exploited their willingness to flout regulations, employ labor under harsh conditions to undercut the pricing of American-owned competitors. Trucking profitability, largely driven by maximizing asset utilization, controlling variable cost, and that approach has allowed many of these firms, to date at least, to thrive. The freight handled by these carriers often comes from brokers unconcerned with their practices, although few would admit it. Brokers have kept these carriers loaded because their rates are well below what American firms can offer for those same routes. How many years have we been saying, you look at these load boards, you say, who in the hell would take that load? If you even break even, you're going to be lucky. Well, these are the firms that are moving that stuff. Say no to cheap freight, right? Yeah, a solo driver willing to run nonstop on 1,000-mile hauls can provide service that would be akin to a team operation. Many carriers are exploiting the rules. Non-domiciled CDL holders have become integral to many trucking operations, especially those focused on maximizing miles, minimizing costs. Industry observers note these drivers often work under different expectations than American drivers. As Miranda from Trucking Made Successful explained on X, quote, many carriers who hire primarily non-domiciled CDL holders have built a business model which can only survive if drivers are ready to make up for the bad rates by running more miles in a shorter period of time. 1,000 miles in a day, for example. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. This has distorted the market. Brokers expecting unrealistic delivery timelines. The same source highlighted. Brokers expecting you to do 800-900 miles in a day, sometimes even advancing delivery dates to match those expectations. Sean Duffy has been blunt about these findings. What our team discovered should disturb and anger every American. Licenses to operate 80,000-pound trucks being issued to dangerous foreign drivers, often illegally. California, Oregon, Colorado, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Texas, and Washington have now suspended non-domiciled CDL issuance in compliance with that order. Now, the rule provides a 2-year grace period before existing non-domiciled CDLs lose their privileges, but it will eventually curb the growth of these operators, especially as the English language proficiency and other rules take hold. By halting new issuance, the pipeline of these kind of drivers is going to dry up. Well, then what happens to the carriers that have been relying on them? This regulatory shift, according to FreightWaves, poses existential threats to many carriers, particularly small and mid-sized companies that are reliant on that labor pool. Analysts predict we will see a surge in bankruptcies as companies confront operations without that traditional workforce. In other words, they can't afford to pay prevailing wages. Many firms built their models unsustainable under full regulatory compliance. Miranda from Trucking Made Successful said, for a lack of a better word, some carriers are not built to survive if they follow the law. That's a huge problem. If you build your company on quicksand, there's one thing you can be sure of. One day, it will crumble.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You know, that announcement from the Cincinnati Bengals bringing in Joe Flacco. Try to tide things over till Joe Burrow's able to return, save the season. I've seen a lot of people sharing a post about, Joe, I hope your health insurance is up to date. Yeah, the reason Joe Burrow's out is that offensive line, which, not just for Joe, but I mean from quarterback after quarterback over the years, just does not, they have not been able to protect their quarterback. Now, of course, we know Flacco's he's not a run guy. And what is he, 40-some years old? Still got a strong arm. But man, oh man, you got to feel like, if he has the same protection as Joe Burrow had, he may be down and out in short order himself. Hello, Gilligan. Welcome back to the trucking world.
Thank you, Steve. I'm not totally out of the woods, but I'm pretty well over it. I tell you what, I got some weird advice while I was out sick. I tell you what, I had bronchitis, and it got me down pretty good. I was out all last week.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, Rambler texted me and told me that him and Pappy had come up with a solution to get over bronchitis. They was going to bring their bong up, and we smoked a little of the devil's lettuce, and that'll help me with my bronchitis. Now, if that ain't bad enough, Right Wing Duck and Charlie they come over and tell me I need to drink some more of that so-called cough medicine.
Yeah, right.
I'm really like, well, I don't really have a cough. Well, to make you feel better, at least make you forget about what's ailing you. Well, they had a good point on that, but I didn't partake of that either. I tell you what, we got some weird listeners out here. You know what I mean? It just. So Cincinnati has signed up Flacco. You know what his nickname was years ago in Baltimore?
What's that?
You know what they call Flacco the Wacko, because he's out there. Trust me. I dated a lady north of Baltimore. Them people up there are crazy about them Ravens. They start, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. Cincinnati has been notorious for a bad offensive line. What little bit I know about football.
Yep.
I mean, even when Boomer was there in the 80s, I mean, Boomer was a heck of a quarterback, but he spent more time on the run than he did in the pocket, I think.
Yep.
So I was a Boomer fan. I mean, he was a good quarterback. I often wondered how Boomer would have done if he had a line to protect him, because I was impressed with Boomer's size. And, as far as this stuff going on in Chicago, Portland and such, this has been going on since the first part of the Trump administration. These leftists do not care. They don't care about the people. All they care about is their voter base. Their voter base are these whacked out leftists that absolutely, they're out for everything they can get for nothing. And they figure it's like these illegal aliens. They know that they'll vote for them. And let's face it, a lot of these states will not do voter ID. A lot of your red states do. West Virginia is one of them. I will truly agree with a nationwide voter ID law, and I know quite a few of your listeners, and maybe not all of them, but I'd say the vast majority of them do. We got to have free and fair elections. But unfortunately, this has been going on for decades. I believe it was in the 1980 election. There was a big scandal in my home state of West Virginia that people were actually being paid to vote a certain way on election day. Literally, people were being paid to vote. It's been going on for decades. I had a neighbor. He was a member of the West Virginia House of Delegates back in the 70s or so. And he admitted he'd go into his office of a morning and there'd be checks laying there from some lobbyists trying to get him to vote certain ways on bills. Let's face it, politicians are crooked. It's crazy how it's always been that way. You think about the last politician. What's that?
I remember how they used to say, if their lips are moving, they're lying, right?
Exactly. What was the famous quote Harry Truman said about politicians? I wish I could remember it off the top of my head. I can't look it up.
I'll have to do my research on that, but hey, Gilligan, I'm glad you're feeling a bit better anyway. But with that, though, we're out of time. Got to roll. Yeah, we'll see you back here at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I odds I